Okay, let's see. We're going live here. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Looks like we are live. Yes, we are. Welcome everybody to Hash Church 5.0, episode 3. I am just going to be letting some folks in here real quick. See what we got. Oh, Mr. Kevin. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Marcus, how you doing?
How you doing, Kevin?
Good. How about yourself?
Hello, hello.
Hello there.
Can't hear you. Maybe that's my fault. Let me check my audio real quick.
I think I'm
Oh,
in.
yeah, that's my fault. I have got my speaker set up to the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. There we go. There we go. Yes, good day, sir. How
How
you
are
doing?
you?
I'm doing good, man. Long time no see.
Yeah. So how long was the Hash Church hiatus? I didn't.
It was just under a year.
All right.
It was just under a year. It's been it's Hash Church when it started, it was this unique sort of timeline where we were all so excited to really share everything we were doing. And then all of a sudden this legal system came into play and people became more protective of their IPs and of the things they were sharing. And it just seemed like everyone was kind of going their own separate ways. It seemed like a very natural hiatus. I kind of thought someone would pick it up and take it over, and there would be still places for people to gather. And Kyle Cushman has done a good job, and there's a few others that are pretty impressive. But I just kind of felt like, you know what? I think we need to be doing this again.
Time to get the
And then
band back together.
yeah, exactly. So I think right now what's happened is the Zoom link changed, and now I've got to send it out again to everyone. I just sent an email. There's Collin. Wonderful. Well, long time no see, dude. What have you been up to aside from testifying in front of the Senate and doing all this wild stuff I've seen you've been doing?
Oh yeah, we've been active on. Haven't taken our eye off the cannabis front, but have just been a little less vocal lately. So it's good to get on here. We'll share everything we're doing.
Good to
But
see you
yeah,
Very
guys.
cool.
the COVID stuff was a big deep dive, but had to be done.
I appreciated it personally, I particularly appreciated I had a really good conversation with my mother about it the other day in regards to I just like the conversation to be open on both ends. That's all. Just the dialogue, not kind of stunting one side of the
Yeah.
conversation. Just let people have the dialogue.
They're very good at polarizing people, so that is their art, and unfortunately, it's certainly hit our field.
Yeah, I was going to say you must have been feeling it for sure.
Yeah.
Hey Kevin, how are you?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good.
So we might be
What's
seeing you
going
down in
on?
Puerto Rico, huh?
Yeah, yeah. How crazy that's going to intersect, right?
Yeah. I didn't know you were down there. So you doing some work down in the island?
Yeah, I consult with Pritch Biotech, they're the largest producer down there, and it's a limited market. It's only medical,
Yeah.
in a limited market, but it's what they say they you go down there and say, "Well, you guys want to become a state," and they're like, "No, no, no, no. We
No,
like
no.
being a U.S. territory because there's all kinds of tax incentive to do manufacturing down there, and the pharmaceutical companies have been down there uh, for 60 or 80 years. So there's huge manufacturing facilities for everything from over the counter to injectables to everything." And so there's these huge facilities there, and the facility that they're in right there, they used to make Aleve or something. It was an old J&J facility, but it's huge. It's the largest indoor facility that I've ever seen. Um, but yeah, I mean, all the challenges of just being down there, just like supply chain issues, and like they get hit when the hurricane comes in, it basically knocks out like power to half the island. So they have their own substation like right there because they have so much power online and everything. But yeah, our guy John Carlos File is down there as their chief operating officer, and we connected Kevin with a guy named Sam Heinmarsh. Is that
Okay.
his name? Is that his
Oh,
name?
Sam from MGC.
Yeah. So
Yes. Yep.
we're gonna connect and make sure that there's, facility tours and maybe, I don't know.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
It's medical down there, and they do reciprocate. So if you have like a patient license from a state, you can get stuff into Puerto Rico dispensaries. But yeah,
Are
it's
they aiming
wild
to go
woolly
rec at
down
all,
there.
or what's their is there a rec timeline on the island? Or are they
I think there is, but there's kind of like wanting to. My buddy was telling me before I went down to Puerto Rico. He goes, "Yeah, it's just all wise guys and pirates down there. It's man, it's crazy. I mean, there's kind of been kind of like I would say a legacy market there for any drug you could possibly imagine. It's the Caribbean, man. I mean, it's like it's all tourism dollars, and San Juan is beautiful, and old San Juan is just absolutely just like, just beautiful. I mean, cobblestone streets, just empanada stands on the corner. I mean, it's just
yeah.
rich with that type of Mediterranean history. And you guys are having your gig. So what we're talking about here is CanMed 2025, right? Am I right?
Yep.
2025? Shit,
Yep.
holy shit. We're a quarter of the way through the century. CanMed 2025 is going to be down in Puerto Rico. What's the name of the resort? It's a Wyndham Resort, right?
It is, yeah. Yes. Wyndham, it's kind of out on the northeastern end of the island.
Right, right. So
Mark, I
it's
think canmed is probably one of the best events that no one in our industry really focuses on, and they should, because of the impact that it can make in terms of innovation and who's doing the real work. And I think that's one of the biggest takeaways that I've learned from what Kevin and his teams put together. And you know, I really need to get down there, Kevin, to participate with you.
Puerto Rico's the time, baby. Come on down.
You know, I missed my opportunity to create an abstract for you guys, but I think I'd like to do that in the future to really to
Well,
participate
send
more.
one in for 25. I'm
I
sure the
will.
window's still open.
It's just, life is happening around me, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
only so many hours in a day. But but yeah, I'd love to see Mark, you put together an abstract, to be honest, and speak on the work that you've been doing. I
Yeah,
just think
well, I mean, there's so much to talk about. I mean, it's like,
I
and
know.
and that audience. I mean, Kevin, you remember, like, I came and talked there,
You were
and
at the first one, weren't you? I think you walked
was that
into
the
Harvard
first
Med
one?
School with
I
a
think it
vial
was
of
the second.
HAC.
It was 2017, right? Because you guys
All
did
right.
2016, and Meshulam came to that one, right? Was it
Yes. Yeah.
Rafi? So Rafi just phoned in for mine because I don't think he was feeling well or he wasn't traveling or but you guys have had this connection with Rafi. You should talk about that, Kevin, because as you know, I mean, he inspired me and everything that I've done since I've been doing chemistry and cannabis is all just because being acquainted with everything that Rafi and all the researchers that came before Rafi, like
Yeah.
Adams and I just everyone was fascinated in the chemistry of this plant. It just didn't happen when Rafi came in. But to have that connection and for him to inspire new generations of scientists to get in, like now when you go to the ICRS, it's mostly not phytocannabinoids, it's all more endocannabinoid than phytocannabinoid. But I think the great thing about CanMed is it kind of brings the phyto and the endo communities together and looks for the obvious intersection, which is there therapeutic use and having people like Bonnie and all those other doctors that you guys have signed up,
Yes.
actually show real world results. I mean, here is the tumor before, here's the tumor after. Any questions? I mean, holy shit, you guys have had it at canmed. And so I came there in 2017. That's when you guys were still doing this at Harvard Medical School, right? And held up a vial of HHCN
Yeah, I
and told
remember
a
that. It
group
was
of
epic.
medical doctors that I dabbed it. Everyone, oh my God,
This
this
won't
guy
trigger a
is,
piss test.
what the fuck? And this was years before. So this was basically a year before the Farm Bill, right? And a year before the whole Delta 8
Yeah.
HHC alphabet soup of cannabinoids sort of exploded onto the scene. So, man, just in a short period of time, we've seen a real big transition in the industry. And CanMed, you guys have been covering it all along. It's great, man. It's a great venue.
Yeah, Rafi was, if there's one word to sum him up, it's generous. I mean, he just gave everyone time, and he was not a divisive individual. You know, he'd listen to anybody and welcome anybody. So he was just a very unifying voice that will be sorely missed. So
Yeah.
very, yeah, we're saddened by his departure. But yeah, that was interesting times. I mean, I remember your talk specifically because it was you brought in that vial of HHC and showed it to everyone in the audience.
HHCA.
And yes, yeah, and only at Harvard Med School would that fly, right?
Well, I think it was kind of like the writing on the wall, and then this hemp thing now is taking over the regulated cannabis markets, right? I mean, I don't know. Do you guys not see that? I mean, it just seems like all these
Oh, I
big
see.
multi-state operators now, like even Wana now has a hemp derived play. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you? Yeah, it's great
I saved you
discussion.
something from a CBD dispensary. Let me see if you can see it. I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, and is that stuff safe to eat? I don't know. Who the fuck knows, right?
Yeah,
We don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure it didn't come from the flower, as Mark will tell you, but someone's been spraying it on.
But so how do you compete with an $8 vape pen at the gas station when the dispensary wants 40 or $50, right? You just
Yeah,
there's no right? I mean, what the fuck? How do we fix this? It's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Mark, I think it goes back to policy and the lack of understanding as to what these constituents and chemical compounds are actually doing to, any single consumer at any given time. And based on the extraction method, as you've kind of blatantly and simply pointed out, we don't really have a clean, fair way to show transparency through the whole process. And if it is transparency, you're showing all the dirt and you're showing all the bad that, in disguise of good, right? People are going in for wellness and coming out with different problems based off of chemistry that is bad chemistry, and is it clean, and how are those constituents going to affect a human in 10 years,
Yeah, let the
right?
plant do the chemistry and harvest the heads. I mean, my God, if everybody could have Cubans, white, sift, hash, we wouldn't need all these other, right? I mean, what the fuck, right? And
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
kind of like, again, I've said this a bunch of times, including on Hash Church. As long as there's prohibition anywhere, there'll be a black market everywhere. And
Yeah.
so if you even look at just I don't know. I mean, the compression of margins along the supply chain has basically weeded out like a lot of people who cannot compete with THC that's made an order of magnitude cheaper than you can grow it for. I mean, there's no competition. You cannot compete it. It's a race to the bottom, and in a commoditized market, price will always win. So
Sure.
it's fucked up. I don't know how we can get this changed.
It's
And that
interesting.
state, yeah, go
There's
ahead.
some interesting studies in California about pesticides that they're finding, right? So I think the LA Times study came out showing this, and I spoke to the journalist there. I think Paige St. John is her name, and it's interesting that they did this study in Canada where they looked at 327 pesticides that which is a large panel for pesticides. So they're trying to capture pesticides that are outside of the demanded testing regimen. And they found like 92% of the black market flower up there was laden with pesticides, sometimes 1,000 times over the limits, and then only like 6% positivity in the tested market. Prior to Canada going legal, that number was more like 30%. So it looks like what's happening up there is the actual legal market's going down because they're testing in terms of pesticides, but the black market's going up. So it's like the dumping ground for everything that fails. But when Paige was doing this work in California, it was it's a bit different outcome. They're finding pens that are in the black market that don't have any pesticides, probably because they're chemically synthesized. And so it brings in a whole nother, or they're synthetic cannabinoids, right? So it brings in a whole nother set of tests they got to look for on the black market pens to assess safety. They're sometimes finding THCP in them. They're finding all of these bizarre cannabinoids. And of course, since they're synthetic, they're not necessarily coming along with a high pesticide content.
I have to agree. I've just seen so much stuff in the legal market and transitioning from the black market, and like stuff that I think a lot of people aren't even aware of it, that they even have it in there because it's systemically in their plant when they're clones, when the clones that they got, and it's a big problem. I agree.
Yeah, sometimes it'll rich in the extraction too. I think Ethan Russo showed that some of these pesticides really, you might go from 20 to 80% on the cannabinoids, but the pesticides can go from parts per million to parts per thousand. So the extraction process from flower is different. I was under the impression most of the Delta 8 up there was made from almost crystallate CBD, which should be fairly pure.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's right.
so those pens, ironically, some of them are going to be cleaner than I shouldn't say cleaner. They're less pesticide laden than what you might find in the legal market. But God knows what the hell's in them. They may not be Delta. It may not even be Delta 8. They could be some of these
Well,
spice.
yeah, Chris Hudala was like laughing at me. He was like saying, he goes, "Yeah, you look at like all this stuff that's being tested for pesticides, and it came out of a chemical reaction vessel where there are no pesticides, and hopefully you're using, yeah, cheap CBD isolate that's pretty pure, and if there are any trace amounts of pesticides in there, you hope that in the process of distillation or whatever purification process they're using, they're able to get rid of those things. But
Well,
I think that the problem I think is bigger, which is that all this regulation that's required when you do licensed production of cannabis, so you have to have your in some cases even your business pro forma vetted by all these regulators in the state who want to make sure that you know how to run a profitable business, right? You have to do all kinds of community outreach. You have to make sure that your shit is zoned correctly. You have to do FBI background checks. The hemp industry doesn't have to do any of this, right? They don't have to do any. All they have to do is basically take bulk biomass, produce ingredients, or just have like a warehouse that buys those ingredients until you can pull in, all the miners are all available in isolate form. Some of those are chemical synthesized, but Kevin, the high CBG A varieties that are out there right now have basically cratered the price of CBGA isolate and CBG isolates. So you see a lot of just products with CBG in it, like seltzers, sodas, gummies, all kinds of stuff. So the hemp bill, remember that they didn't contemplate what was going to happen after the hemp was harvested, because that should be regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, right? And you can't just put CBD into a food cosmetic, because that's in violation of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, right? So they never contemplated the whole CBD business, let alone CBN, CBG, all the other alphabet soup. And now you have all these crazy molecules which don't come from CBD or hemp at all, that are just being synthesized, right? Like HHCP and all that kind of shit. And now they're finding that THC acetate generates ketene when you heat it up on the nail. So just all kinds of
I
crazy.
think all of this regulatory overhead is theater at the moment because they're not policing it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Not at all.
if they don't police it, then they're raising the price of the legal market next to the black market, and And then all the businesses that are in the legal arena have like two hands tied behind their back. They can't write off their business expenses due to 280E. They have to build facilities in every state because they can't move product across state lines. I mean, it's just they can't get banking, right? Like it's just a disaster for them economically. But they're collecting all of this tax stuff to float that side of the image of the regulatory market. But they're not running around policing any of the lab testing. So like if the lab testing is what's supposed to detect this stuff and differentiate it, I think we all as a community have to pound on them to get that data public and let the policing happen real time. Because right now what's happening, so I've been diving into this a little bit with lab shopping, and this is because of a talk at canmed this year from Yasha Khan. He showed some data showing all the THC lab shopping and some data on like yeast and mold lab shopping that's going on. And it's clear that a lot of states have this data showing that there are labs in states that like pass everything, and they've been doing it for years, and they don't act. And so all the grows get painted into an economic corner and end up having to test with the labs that pass everything and give them higher THC numbers. And then all of the legitimate labs like Chris's lab and others, financially struggle and get squeezed out of the marketplace. So
Yep.
it's yeah, Alec has a taste on this, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I would
there's a
love
guy. Speaking of lab,
Yeah.
morning, everybody. Yeah,
Hey,
I'd love to
welcome,
weigh in.
dude.
Alex.
Good to see you, Alec. How you
Yeah,
doing, brother?
likewise. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just want to jump in. We were part of the LA Times expose, and it's incredibly revealing, obviously. And there's a bunch of things to kind of hit on there. I won't kind of go deep on it, but one thing I wanted to hit on kind of in part of this conversation is, when a state puts testing regulations in place, that kind of essentially makes testing the final check in the integrity of the supply chain. And if there's no integrity in that, because the state's not overly regulating and auditing the labs, then yeah, it creates these holes where everything goes through, whether that's, I mean, it's been really sad, like up until, California is sitting on their hand effectively and not doing anything, the regulators, to actually enforce and ensure integrity in testing. Over a 5-year period of legalization, it's all but destroyed the entire market and led to the extinction level event that a lot of small craft farmers and people have gone through, because at a certain point, there becomes an economic disincentive for people to want to work with a good lab that's going to give them accurate, quality, repeatable data, because they can just chase the 50% flower. Literally, we see that. It's been a huge thing. Whenever we're publishing something at 26 and it's 48% from this other lab, why work with us, right? Whenever that same lab will pass you and never fail a test for Aspergillus, pesticides, whatever it is, why chance it with us, right? So there becomes this disincentive to even want to work with a good lab, but thank Jah, at the beginning of this year, the state, there was a big shift. The state lab came online. They have one down in SoCal that we're working with the University of San Diego, one up in Hayward or in the Bay Area. And if you've been tracking the news, there's been more recalls this year than there's been in the last 5 years combined. And if you've kind of tracked, it's really been around potency labeling, inflated potency, as well as for Aspergillus, right? It hasn't been about pesticides because they haven't had those capabilities internally. But essentially now that this is kind of, and I think that's one of the big things that, the hope of California regulation was going to help button up, learning lessons from previous states' mistakes, to have a comprehensive lab program to test the testers, to do the secret shopping, pulling products off shelves, testing the product, and kind of making sure that there's integrity of the testing side of things. And so that wasn't a thing for, the last 4 years. This year it's been a thing. And then when the LA Times expose dropped, kind of that was after California, Department of Cannabis Control kind of had a $5 million campaign to, kind of propaganda around why the legal market's so great and everything's, clean compared to the black market. But then, boom, the LA Times expose dropped and really kind of showed, because when Paige St. John reached out to us in February early this year, she was kind of writing the story about how it was an expose on how California regulators failing to do their job and enact what was in the regulations to kind of create a state-run lab that's secret shopping, testing the testers. But the fact that they hadn't done that basically led the point of the article was around how failed regulators not doing their job to enact this has led to compromised public health and consumer safety at the retail level. And so they went and bought 70 something products off shelves. They fully anonymized all the products, took flour out of packaging, gummies out of packaging, cartridges out of packaging. They anonymized whatever logos were on the cartridges. And then they split the samples, sent half to us, half in Resco in San Francisco. Resco and is often the lab that we get compared to whenever people have questions to confirm pesticide data. We have very comparable tests. And so the only thing that they published in the LA Times expose is what was double blind confirmed between us and Resco. And so, it was really really fascinating because, flour had 30% fail rate or so, it was really for, you saw chlorphenapure, piperonal butoxide, pyrethrin, bifenthrin. Those are all bug bomb aerosol pesticides.
Insecticides, yeah.
Yeah, well, and they're insecticides, but more so they're these total release foggers, and there's been this thing, like, because I used to be in the hydroponics industry before we opened SC Labs 15 years ago. And whenever I was in the hydro store, there was this very common practice in cultivation where in between harvests in indoor farms, people used to basically sterilize their rooms, they'd spray their walls, scrub their tables, do whatever with surface sanitation agents. But then they would take these 10,000 square foot greenhouse foggers, they would light them off in 500 to 1,000 square foot rooms that are made out of sheetrock and drywall. And they would basically total release fog these bug bombs that permeates every surface area of that space, and it sucks into and absorbs into the drywall and sheetrock, and then it sits around. And then the next harvest they do it, and the next harvest they do it, and essentially there becomes this like contamination, hyper contamination factor that builds into the sheetrock and drywall. You can test the drywall in like huge part per million levels, and what happens is every time that temperature humidity differentials hit peak, whatever levels, there's this off gassing that happens years after its original use. So anytime we see, like, because we do a lot of root cause analysis, forensic investigations when people fail, and there's a huge kind of correlation to if you see like chlorphenapure, piperonal butoxide, pyrethrin, bifenthrin, there's a 3 different bug bombs, and there's when we see that, you could guarantee it's an indoor cultivation where these bombs are dropped, and people might not even have used them for the last year or so, but it's still showing up, so that was one thing. And then, but the more damning kind of, I think, realization from it was around cartridges, right? And in some of the worst examples, cartridges had like a 65% fail rate, and in some of the cartridges there was 10 to 20 pesticides detectable, quantifiable, and 10 of those were in failing levels. A lot of them were 100 to 1,000 time levels. So and you don't see that. No farmer is spraying that many pesticides at those types of concentrations. That's 100% indicative of closed loop extraction processes, whether it's butane extraction, whether it's CO2, whether it's distillation, like the people that are most on it, what we've learned, people that can kind of, there's a lot of clients that we work with in the state of California that have a non-detect level standard across the board. And they screen material, they micro extract it before they even commit to purchasing material, so that they know what's coming into their extraction closed loop system, so, and if there is ever anything, they know what's there, so that they can very effectively, thoroughly flush their systems, compartmentalize the gas, et cetera, et cetera. But what happens is, when nobody's cleaning their instruments in between, and they're just running material from this farm and this farm and this farm, one dude's herpes comes in, the next dude's syphilis, the next dude's gonorrhea, the next dude, so the next thing there's herpagonosyphilades, in the extraction machine. And even if you then run hundreds of pounds of clean material, all of that load carries over and concentrates into the material, and it just keeps carrying over and concentrating. And so whenever people that are on the manufacturing side of things are just getting clean, non-detect results from some fraudulent lab, they operate and move forward with this false sense of security that everything's good, there's no issues. But little do they know, there's this super concentration magnification factors happening, that then next thing you know, there's 10 to 20 pesticides at super concentrations. And so it's a really big thing, but for what it's worth, it just like smeared shit all over the face of the DCC. And it really showed kind of how big of an issue this is, not just around kind of lab fraudulence, but just about how hyper contaminated things like cartridges and other things that come from closed loop extraction can be.
Yeah.
And so, I just so thankful.
We're tossing a big fat softball to people like Alex Berenson, who I love to troll on Twitter. But his, he's run around saying this shit's all causing schizophrenia and violence and everything else. And as everyone in this audience knows, those studies are all done with like marijuana that no one ever tests. So we've got no idea what's in that stuff. And yet this pesticide issue, if you look up a lot of these insecticides and pesticides, they have like psychosis listed, right? There's neurological artifacts that can occur.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like
Kevin,
World War II nerve agents shifted to pesticides of the future.
Yeah, neurology is a major aspect of this. I'm living with a family member who has Parkinson's, so I deeply understand the neurology aspect of what happens to a human when things start to go sideways. And it's really it's concerning on multiple levels. And a couple things that you said, Alec, really came to mind in my experience in California with working with several farms across the state is keeping everybody honest. It's really difficult, and then here's another side of your story is the marketing aspect of product. I've been mandated as a product developer to make a certain percentage point before, and that's troubling because that's not how this works. You don't just design a 99 proof product that's going to be amazing on all the touch points that we all love. You're not going to just create a 95% THC product and have it resonate across every single segment and everyone's going to love it. There's inherently something wrong with that mentality. I think that good product comes from good genetics, good growing practices, and good marketing of that particular product to that person. But it's not about a percentage point. It's not about how it's going to make you feel, because again, it goes back to the basics of what we all understand is that it's all individual, and we all have to learn about these products and how they bind with us as people, and how our receptors bind with those constituents there. But I think it's a big problem because on two sides of the coin, you have people marketing, and then you have people shopping that idea of marketing to create a narrative that really is a false narrative, because that's not actually how the plant works. It's not how
well, that's what
so I think that's another aspect of the conversation I wanted to bring a little bit of light, because that's been my experience with this. Is I've been asked to lab shop, and then I call these labs out being like, guys, this is not what's in this. This is way too high. Like, where are you getting 98% from? This is not the constituents of this were these varietals that we made this formulation and these percentage points and amounted of this. And sure, from these initial COA points, you can amount to a general, area of high 80s, but to see like 96%, 97 kind of made me question everything. And I
like a THCA crystal.
Yeah, like I spent my life dealing with all of this in developing high level products for several markets at once, and it just ripped open the doors of deception on me. And I was the one saying, no, guys, actually, this is what the constituents were. It should be here or generally around here. And then they went into retest, like, oh yeah, you're kind of right. It is this, it is that. But you do have a dichotomy here. So I wanted to kind of bring that up because there's two drivers. You have agriculture, and then you have marketing and sales, or really three, because you have to market and then sell it, right? So I think those together make a really, really interesting cocktail that needs to be addressed across the board.
Well, Collin, I think ultimately what everyone's talking about here is California, because we're talking about California, and California is a big model, a hyper model for cannabis globally, really. Is California dropped the ball in a lot of different ways, right? Yeah. California, the 5th largest economy in the world, agriculture, it's a big impact, they just didn't have the foresight to really roll this out, and actually maybe not just lacking foresight, but lacking desire, lacking integrity, not treating it like other crops. I mean, even today, the California, the CDFA puts out an annual crop statistics report, on all different crops. It's very comprehensive. It talks about inputs. It talks about pesticide costs, what each county spends and everything. California's not even, I mean, cannabis isn't even in that report. It's not even, there's not even an honorable mention that say, hey, we can't talk about it because of federal regulations. It's not there. So like it's the largest cash crop in the state, and it's not treated like a crop. So the divide between agriculture and the community, the culture, the marketing, everything was just a complete dropping of the ball. And the pesticide thing example, I remember like 2015, me and Rob were kind of in a circle of people talking about like, hey, what would you guys do if you were rolling out legal cannabis in California? And Alec, the first thing I thought of was my experience at hydro shops, right? It's a dirty, dirty world. And everyone thinks everyone in cannabis is all cool. And hey, now we're all brothers and we're all here and it's all about the plant. Let's be honest. In California, cannabis was about money. And people flock to this state from all over the world to grow cannabis to make a bunch of money. And it's a cool way to make money. But anyway, the hydro shops were feeding the industry with a lot of either outlawed or non-accessible pesticides. And to me, I'm like, wow, you can't let that happen. You can't let that be unregulated and then have agriculture exist over here. It just doesn't work that way. And anyway, so when we got a license down in LA, and I have a friend who had the local hydro shop, and I'd go and walk in and say, hey, buddy, and buy some stuff. I'd sit there and listen to him time and time again say to people, are you licensed or not? And the are not part, they walk them in the back and they'd pull out, they'd open up the door, the trap door, you know the deal, and they'd pull out countless over and over again pesticides that, and then they'd give it to him in an unlabeled bottle with no instructions at all on how to use it, with maybe a Sharpie on the side that says like 2.5 mil per gallon or something. And I'm just like, and the people that they were selling it to, honestly, let's be honest, they were fairly large commercial growers growing throughout the state. And they basically, right at that transition point, said, no, you don't have to worry about that. And to me, the big thing, the pesticide issue, that was like obvious, like why do people do that? But the fact that there's still paclobutrazol that's testing hot showed that this whole mentality and this whole market hasn't stopped. It only blew up. It only got bigger. You know what I mean? And to me, that's the state not looking at cannabis like a crop, not thinking about, I mean, the way they regulated the canopy, the way they regulated who got licenses, all of it, they're not thinking about it the same way they think about all the other crops, which is, it's a commodity. You have to protect the farmer. You have to maintain a certain, status quo in terms of yield and what the price per whatever is. And anyway, that to me is a big part of this. And California now is trying to kind of like backpedal and figure out, well, but so it's overregulated. We know that. It's not regulated like another crop. We know that. It's not regulated like tobacco or alcohol, right? So to me, it's just a big dropping of the ball. Like no one really
wouldn't
thought
it be
about what
scary
it
if
would
it
take.
was regulated like tobacco? Like, don't they grow tobacco with radium-226? Isn't
Yeah,
that like
it's not-
a radioactive?
But
Like
my
like-
point, but real
Go
quick, the point there is that I make is that if we imagine prohibition never happened, what would it be? What would the market look like? We all want to be a cleaner, safer, better world, but we also want cannabis to be treated like other plants. So that to me is a big part of this intersection with how do we transition it. It applies to hemp, it applies to the THCA market, it applies to how we apply pesticides, it applies to so many different aspects, the way we test and sell by THC percentage. It's like we need to get to the point where from a higher level, we understand that this is a cash commodity. It's huge. We need to protect the farmer. We need to protect all of those things. And at the same time, it's nuanced because cannabis is incredibly complicated and there's a lot of weird chemistry there. And,
Well, and it's become a cash commodity, but it's also a sacred plant sacrament, right? And I don't think it's about stooping to the low of agriculture, which is captured and all but poisoned and led to all the long-term chronic illness and cancer that now we're faced with. I think cannabis is here, one of the big, great gifts it's here to offer beyond the phytochemical complex of what it brings is through the testing that we've never applied to any other crop on this level. And it being this great bioaccumulator of the century, it's helping to uproot the story and the legacy of the Green Revolution and what we've done to the land, what we've done to the neighborhoods, what we've done to the school districts downwind of the drifting fucking avocado farms, and so for what it's worth, like, I think kind of when there is integrity testing, I think that creates the barrier of entry that keeps out big ag, big tobacco, big pharma, right? Because you can't just flip 1,000-acre monocrop mega farm that's sprayed glyphosate and all the organophosphates from World War II. That you could grow rope for 10 years, maybe clean up your land, and one day you could grow some type 1, type 2, type 3 drug cultivars. But until then, go grow rope, because the thing is like, cannabis. I mean, because there's the potency thing, and then there's the public health and safety thing, right? The potency thing is a marketing bullshit thing. It doesn't matter. You blow out 80% of the cannabinoids and terps in the smoke, whenever you exhale. Nobody holds it in their lungs like they used to when we were growing up, because it was so cherished and, rare or, scarce. People are sipping and ripping, just taking little puffs, blowing it out, right? Most of everything goes out in the smoke. So I think that it's the labeling, pure labeling, right? Or pure marketing, right? And deducing it down to THC is kind of really blurred the lines between the most monocrop biomass and the most craft champagne quality cannabis there is. And then labs just passing everything as clean has blurred lines between the dirtiest, most ag adjacent herb and the cleanest, most like, kind of complete, non-compromised herb, right? And so I think the testing has a huge role, to kind of help to kind of create that division between what we're talking about. But, when it comes to, the whole reality of the pesticides, I think it's, because there's a lot of national efforts on the hemp lobby with a lot of big money people trying to, further turn this into a commodity, right? And again, because, I think this plant's a lot of things, right? But the thing is I think we have to be eternally vigilant to prevent this from ever happening, right? Because if we allow the stripping of the regulations and reduction to be more like food, then everybody lost. Nobody ever had a chance, right? Everybody that's been doing this all their life, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is where cannabis is planted, it's kind of like a transparency beacon, So in Santa Barbara County, where all the avocados, all in Camarillo, all the, rotational ag. Rotational crops planted throughout the year, different times, sprayed with different pesticides and fungicides and things, right? It's a constant moving target. And so when a cannabis farm is planted there, boom, bing, you failed, right? Now that there's recourse, because like farmers carrying crop insurance claims are skyrocketing in California right now. Farmers are getting sued because their drift is affecting a neighboring cannabis farm that's a high value crop. And now their crop insurance skyrockets. Now kind of liability is there. There's all these pesticide use report requests, investigations leading to kind of crop insurance claims. And so what's happening is it's forcing reform in agriculture. Aerial spraying out of helicopters and planes in Santa Barbara County has decreased by like 80% in the last few years because cannabis is now in the neighborhood, right? And so not only does that clean up and prevent kind of cannabis farms from kind of just having this constant failing situation that they can't do anything about, but it's also it's lowering the overall exposure of school districts and the watersheds and streams, and because people spraying in the middle of the day without any like consideration of FIFRA and wind conditions and like time of day, right? People are just spraying out of economic convenience, right? Out of helicopters and just dive bombing where people are just driving down the freeway next to it, right? And so I think kind
Now
of
drones,
really incredible to see what's happening in this way of the forced reform that's happening in agriculture.
So I want to pull on that thread a little bit, Alec, and that I think what would really help the industry and put it above this whole ag market, which is fairly non-transparent, is if we can get the states to put their testing data from Metric public. Right now, we have to FOIA this stuff from a lot of the states, which is a big pain in the ass. And hats off to Yasha Khan and Jeff Ross and a lot of the people who've gone and done that. Jim McRae also did a lot of this early on in Washington. Can you guys see this screen that I put up? All right, so what we've done is we've gotten data, FOIA data supplied by Yasha and others, whoever has it, and put it into a SQL database so that we can look at. In this case, we're not doing THC, although we have that data. We can do that next. We've been looking at just microbial failure rates, right? And so we can chart the fail rate per lab. And this gives us all types of information in regards to like which labs are, over or under failing things. But more importantly, you can also see some strange behavior in certain labs. Okay, so we can actually chart, let's take this lab I happen to know, very, very well-respected lab in Mass. So this is their total yeast and mold levels across time for every test in Mass. This has been going on for several years. As many know, the action limit in Mass is 10,000 CFUs per gram, and this is red line here. So they have an even distribution of pass fails, of samples above and beyond in terms of CFUs per gram. Their data is thinning out over time because they're honest. People are leaving this lab because this lab is in the state, and that's shocking. This has been going on since 2022, and the CCC has done nothing. Except when labs raise this, the labs that raise the fact that this is fake data, or at least severely conflicted data, they got visited by, they call it raided, inspected by the CCC. So the whistleblowers got attacked, and this particular lab we know is operating like in 10 states at least, and they're vacuuming up the volume in all the states. So for those who are not familiar with this, somehow the yeast and mold know to stop growing at 10,000 in Massachusetts. And if you go to other states where it's at 100,000, the lab does the same thing.
They got the memo.
Yes, the yeast and mold got the memo. So the other benefit of this is that this is Massachusetts data, but what could be really helpful in this arena for a lot of these regulators, because they have their own, they have their own tranches of data, which they're drowning in, but they don't know how they compare to other states. Like this would have like really helped Oregon, because Oregon blew out Aspergillus testing because a few labs there. This was not apparent at the time, so not anyone's fault, but growers were getting screwed, and that some labs had 100% fail rate.
Yeah,
but a couple labs had the same fail rate as. Sorry, this is taking a little bit of time to load. Take it off log scale. Some other labs had a fail rate that was, I can find the right labs here, that was in line with Michigan and Nevada. Mine Aspergillus? Oh, sorry, it might need to be fooled. Got to find the right, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong graph. That's why. My bad. All right,
well,
so,
but that's what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if you look at this, there's some labs here that are giving like a 4% fail rate. That's what we see in Michigan and Nevada. So that shouldn't have been any alarm bells. However, if you look at some of the lower volume labs, you move this minimum test down, more labs should show up. Some of these labs were failing everything. And they had very few sample volume to do this. Most of them were under 100 tests. So this created a panic, and the growers sued and got the regs removed. So now there's no Aspergillus testing in Michigan. Now, obviously, I'm conflicted. We make
Oregon.
this test, so Crimea River, or sorry, Oregon, yeah. But if the states had the capacity to measure state to state, the regulators would know, no, wait a minute, we're dealing with an anomaly here. There's a couple labs that are out of spec, but the largest volume lab in the state was in line with Michigan and Nevada. All right, we know where to focus. But instead they kind of folded, not being able to handle the onslaught that was occurring. And the growers rightfully were like, shit, we're going to all go out of business if they were testing at any of these labs that had 100%, really high fail rates.
Well,
I can do this with pesticides as well. There's a host of ways to kind of parse the data, but I think getting this public so that a lot of people in the field can attack the data, help the regulators. The regulators don't have anyone on staff to do this type of data analysis, at least not that I've met. And it's always better to have more eyes. And of course, there are labs that are vested in understanding this data. There are consumers that are vested, but very rarely do the labs or the consumers have the lobbying power to go and change the regulations. The growers have a lot of money and a lot of tax receipts, and so be it. I think the market, if you look at the lab market's like 400 million a year is what it's been estimated at. Whereas the grow market is, the whole cannabis industry is north of 20 billion. So the regulations are going to get written by the people with the most tax money going into the state coffers. And so they'll continue to probably do what tobacco did, which is to rip out all the regulations possible. And while the consumers and the labs kind of sit on this different economic chessboard. Now, the same thing can probably be done with pesticides. We have some pesticide data in here in Oregon. You can see the pesticide data in Oregon didn't radically change during the time frame of putting in any of that Aspergillus testing. Anyway, I think that's my soapbox is that I think if we get this data public, we can help the regulators police the market.
Kind of like what happened in Washington. Yeah, like because whenever the public kind of was able to do the Freedom of Information Act request and look at the data, it was kind of pretty transparent which labs were never failing anybody and deviating from actually the average. But I'm Kevin, and this is a huge thing. I'd love to talk with you at like length about this. I'm actively in like multiple pretty large Aspergillus contamination root cause analyses, which I because really early on when legalization happened, fails started popping up. A fail is consequential. You have to remediate or destroy product, thousands, tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars product. Really early at SC Labs, we learned like you can't just auto email somebody a fail. That's the end of the relationship, Yes. And and a lot of labs that opened kind of within a year of legalization that thought it was just a get rich quick guaranteed testing kind of thing because it's mandatory. They like were compromised from the very beginning because it's like a fail means the loss of the business, and so a lot of labs that had no understanding of the plant, no kind of experience, no ability to even engage with clients to help them figure it out, just it's easier to pass people. So people would just pass people. And that's again where this disincentive occurred with us. So, we almost went out of business towards the end of last year because nobody even wanted to work with us because of how fraudulent the testing space was. But on the topic of Aspergillus, it's really fascinating because, what we see, it's about 2.5%, 3% fail rate across all testing. So most people don't fail most of the time. But whenever somebody has legitimate spores detected and present, that's an indication that spores are present somewhere in your facility. And unless they're attended to methodically to like eradicate them from a facility, then what you can see is like this over time, intermittent fail rate from like 1 out of 40 batches to 1 out of 20 batches to 1 out of 10 batches. So you start seeing this like exponential increase in fail rates to where like worst case scenario examples, we've had groups have a 50 to 60% fail rate for fumigatus or flavus on any sample they sent in, right? And that's what happens whenever an issue arises with Aspergillus that is not even addressed, right? Or like somebody works with a lab to just give them clean results and brush it under the rug. But that doesn't mean it goes away. And this kind of really, I think in a big way, kind of correlates to that Oregon conversation as well, because Oregon didn't do any microtesting for 6, 7+ years of legalization. So all of a sudden now, like Aspergillus kicks in, all of a sudden fail rates are kind of way higher than people think. Sure, there's probably a bunch on contaminated labs, not having their shit together, not having the, positive negative controls, all the things in place to ensure that they're producing quality data. But I wouldn't be surprised if certain groups actually legitimately had a really high fail rate, right? Because what we've seen is, predatory, like, so these species of Aspergillus, they're not native to the cannabis microbiome. They're placed there through some type of a vector source. Those vector sources could be something like contaminated trichoderma. Who would have ever thought that, right? People are buying from Arbicore Organics, certain products I won't name, where they're inoculated. You got like beneficial fungus, green clays contaminated with Aspergillus fumigatus, right? So you're buying thousands of dollars of beneficial fungus, inadvertently inoculating human pathogenic fungus all over your entire crop, watering it into the root zones, right? People are taking predatory bug sources, right, that are on a media, right? Vermiculite mix, a vermiculite brand mix, right? And they're spreading it over the root balls of their plants to deploy the bugs. Well, guess what? That's a vector. Like we've seen like a couple of the biggest cases, like an ongoing one we're working with right now. We just kind of, and because that's what's crazy. It's like, we were never the lab that was going to just stroke somebody's ego, like tell them everything is okay and just fraudulently like let them get passes. We fail. If it fails, a real fail, we fail them. And then somebody like myself, and now we have a technical services team to engage immediately as a fail happens to both demonstrate the quality and reproducibility of our work and how seriously we take a fail and all the LQC checks that we have in place to ensure the quality of the batch and the data. And then from there, disarming, because everybody always wants to put it on the lab, like the lab screwed up, right? But then after we do this process of demonstrating quality and precision of our work, then we shift into a root cause analysis. And over hundreds of these root cause analyses, we've gotten to the exact who, what, where, why, when, how, and a contaminant might have entered the supply chain, and we've been able to, you know, turn it, because originally it was like total shit sandwiches, you know, just engaging with groups. Worst conversation I've ever had with an owner screaming at me, you know, kind of. But now it's like, you know, we've developed a palate for these shit sandwiches because we have so many example use cases, root cause cases where we figured this out. And so now it's like within a few questions, we can actually help somebody genuinely figure out where it's coming from. Because what happens is there's a vector that introduces it. Once it's introduced, then if you know, say you introduce it through a predatory bug source or introduce it through inoculating
We've seen it in some soil bites.
yeah, exactly. We've seen it in certain instances of like there's pinstrup, like that's like a cocoa fiber, peat moss, perlite, right? We've seen like instances, you know, so there can be batch to batch like media issues, but whenever we see the widespread outbreaks and contamination, it's usually we're seeing it from like something like taking trichoderma, putting it in your reservoir, watering it into every single plant in your room, right, into the root zone, and then it like proliferates, and then spores will like linger. But then what happens is you harvest the room, you go bring it into a dry room, you hang all the material in this big, dense, kind of smashed together area, you know, where humidity spikes. You got dehumidifiers working to pull out the humidity. You have tons of airflow circulating the air around, and so what happens is you have the proliferation of the spores that then spread in the air systems. And so the amplification multiplication factor for the fail rates happen in the air systems, you know, the HVAC lines, the air ducts, the air handlers, the dehumidifier filters, right? And so when we go out and do swabbing, you know, it's like those spaces specifically that yield the most positive results of detection, right? And so whenever we do these types of analyses, root cause analyses, it's about engaging to help identify the root, chase it out of the facility, like remove that source from ever being introduced, and then simultaneously leveling up microbial reduction strategies for how somebody's approaching air system decontamination. Because most farmers, that don't fail most of the time, you know, they have some semi, you know, solid process of surface sanitation and spraying walls and cleaning trays, but very few farmers ever use some type of chlorine dioxide or other type of gas type of solution where they actually intentionally target air systems, because air systems are the biggest place where we see the spore counts kind of rise, and then carry over to the next batch and to the next batch. And then all of a sudden it's an amplification issue that's where we see the fail rates go from like, you know, 2% up to 15, 30, 40+% within a facility. But it's a very contained within a specific facility issue. Most people don't fail most of the time. But again, once it's present, if you don't like very methodically like address the issue, it can become like you got to like burn your facility down kind of situation.
So Alec, cheap packets of Garden Clean, you know, compared to, are a lot cheaper than the Rad Source machine that you use to nuke all your weed. Yeah,
100%.
Right. So Alec, you know, last week we kind of brushed over like for maybe 2 minutes remediation, and you know we were talking about Aspergillus a little bit, and you know, we've talked a lot about the data. We talked a lot about what we see wrong. You know, what we see a lot in a lot of new markets is just it goes straight to remediation, and then that goes to a jar
step
for some reason, right? And then someone's buying that, being like, "Yeah, I just bought a black cherry or just bought powdered donuts," and they go home and they're smoking remediated herb that is just laden with dead cells. Now, how healthy is that? You know, and what are we doing in the industry or the community to bring awareness?
has a good paper on this, looking at bioaerosols. Like, so if you zap your way out of this problem, you end up with high mycotoxins and high endotoxins and a variety of other stuff that are just not well studied, unfortunately. So the paper I threw up here, speaking of powdered donuts, this is a really good paper from Zamir Punja, where he's noticed that the total yeast and mold levels in his plants are very genotype specific. He's got some that are 50-fold less TYM than others consistently. Powdered donuts being one of the worst ones, because maybe that powder isn't the powder you want. it's
exactly. And I think that's the thing I think about a lot is, you know, we all talk about this. We're coming in for wellness and we're leaving with what? You know, another problem. And then we are doing our best as community members and constituents and you know, just good good practices all the way through, and then at the end you're getting tested for this, and it's not calling out the specific strain of what this is, and there's really no, it's just a blanket pass fail. And is that the right way, Kevin? Mark, do you feel, Alec, I guess, even going deeper, is there a way for us to call out these specific constituents that are problematic versus the ones that are perhaps benign?
If I may, real quick.
Go ahead, Alec. You first.
Cool. Yeah, just real quick. Because although California's triple fucked up in all kinds of ways, around kind of how this whole system's rolled out. One thing I think that they did really well, and we actually were a big lobby part with a lot of the organic farmers in California to kind of block the implementation of total yeast and mold, total aerobic bacteria levels, right? Because what we've seen from states that have implemented these incredibly restrictive yeast and mold count levels and bacteria levels, that's the biggest fail rate. There's 30, 40, 50% fail rate. It forces people into having to kill step, to having to, ozonate or pasteurize or gamma irradiate everything before it's even sold at retail. And that, in a big way, in my opinion, that kind of dooms the legal market, because then everything is terp zapped prior to being sold. So then you're guaranteed to be able to find everything terpier and fresher and more aromatic and terpenic from the black market or traditional market than you are from anything on a dispensary shelf, and in those states, people are full Tyvek, like clean suit, like it's gnarly, obviously anybody that's operating those spaces know. And it's like, and the thing is cannabis is an agricultural crop. If you're going to regulate so strictly on EPA regulated, like anti-life chemicals from Bayer and DuPont, Syngenta, and all these chemical companies, it's like the way is like organic IPM practices using beneficial microorganisms, compost teas, kind of like other ways.
Stuff if you got TAC or TYM in place, that stuff basically is a de facto ban on all biocontrol agents.
Right. And the thing is,
there are no EPA approved pesticides for use on cannabis, and all the state regulatory bodies that have tried to make select lists, you'll see like most of the bio pesticides on there, low, efficacy, high use rate kind of materials. But the onus is on, so what is a pesticide? Pesticide's a active ingredient that kills bugs. It's sold in different product formulations in places like Lowe's and Home Depot. And the onus is on the company that registers. So those products are regulated under the Environmental Protection Agency, not the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The EPA grants licenses for use on pesticides, and nothing is registered for use on cannabis. Now, they do have some stuff registered on hemp, which I thought is interesting, right? Again, I think they're caught in that whole differentiation based on cannabinoid profile. But until the company shows that owns the registration for the active ingredient, shows that at commercial application use rates, that there's no effect to the environment, no effect to the crop in terms of toxicity. And, for that, they'd have to basically enroll human subjects, which is going to take years and millions of dollars to show that we could apply this pesticide to cannabis during this stage of production at this use rate. And here are the metabolites, and we've done safety assessments on the levels of metabolites that are in the final cannabis products. And guess what? They're safe. But we've done clinical studies in humans to show that, when they apply a typical insecticide or a fungicide to a crop, first of all, a lot of those crops, most of those crops aren't smoked, right? And a lot of those crops are washed. And a lot of those crops, and I really love your comment here, Alec, because growing indoors, a lot of these pesticides are basically photolytically labile. So they're meant to basically elicit their mode of action and then to photolytically degrade within days.
With UV, B, and C spectrum, which isn't there in indoor either, right?
Somehow, right. And you may not be getting that light in your indoor grow. But the other thing you said, which is really, again, disturbing to hear, is that these things are environmentally persistent in indoor cavities. And especially when you have things
Hence,
like drywall, which, is great for hanging pictures on your
sponge.
wall, but not the thing you want to
Oh, it's
clad
everything.
the inside of your cannabis production facility with, right? There's certainly better cladding options. But maybe, Kevin, I guess the interesting aspect I saw in your data is, yeah, again, that bifurcation where it's like, okay, now everything's all of a sudden below, and those labs are getting the business. And you know that, again, in testing labs, it's all about the numbers, right, Alec? It's all about how many how many test samples can you get out? How many customers can you keep? So the samples that you're testing this week, are people going to get those results and be like, oh, fuck, we're not going to go to SC anymore. We're going to go to some other place that's going to give us better results. So maintaining customers, I mean, it's an incredible challenge. And I remember when looking at pro formas of testing labs, you think, oh, yeah, these companies probably worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, fuck no. It's like, they're operating at a razor thin margin where basically you're trying to beat the other 10 testing labs in your neighborhood. So I mean there's incredible pressures on these labs to produce and to try to, create bottom line impacts. So it's a tough place to be, man. Like I don't know what to
Mark,
say.
that's why the marketing is a problem, man. It's like it's just there's nearly there's no factual evidence behind a lot of the marketing. It's all the highest point, and then they go out and shop that, right? So it creates that competition because they have a mandate as a business. If you're trying to hit a product at 92% every single time with 8% terps, so it tastes good and hits the high 90s. I mean, you'll shop that all day long if you can make one printed design and send it around to 200 shops. Like it just saves you money across the board. So
Real quick, sorry. I'll
Just
tell
have
the story. I just wanted to finish the point I was trying to make real quick, just about kind of like what Kevin was talking about with the Oregon stuff, because and California and how California did testing, like very happy that they focused specifically on the human pathogenic organisms.
Yes,
And
I think this is
and I
actually
think
a really important point
and I think
that
this yeah. And I think this could evolve, right? Because it's like, I think they took a more sophisticated approach, not regulating just the benign, arbitrary colonies, total yeast and mold, totally aerobic bacteria. It's focused more on the human pathogens. I think there's a lot more mycotoxin producing type of compound, right? The type of fungi.
Those out. We don't
So
know what they
so I think that's the evolution of it.
Yeah.
But the fact is, I think it was a great success that specific Aspergillus species that are human pathogenic organisms were what are targeted. Right, it's only a presence or absence, right? Any DNA detected in 1 gram of material, right? So it's not like a quantification how much is there. It's just presence or absence, right? We haven't really ever failed anybody for mycotoxins, right? So it's not like peanuts or coffee beans where it's like widespread outbreak producing mycotoxins, but it's more intermittently spread, right? Particularly compounded through air systems. But that's one of the big things that I want to make the point of is like, focusing specifically on public health and safety and what can harm people, right, is what I think the way forward is, right? And with Aspergillus,
it's going to end up in court, right? Eventually, it's going to end up in court. And in the clinical literature is not written in the language of 11,000 total yeast and mold colonies hurt somebody. They just don't write papers that way because they're forced to basically satisfy Koch's postulates, which is you isolate the pathogenic organism and you reintroduce it to a model organism and see that it creates harm. And if you haven't created that loop, you can't publish. Like the clinical literature is not going to let you publish something saying, I had 56,000 total aerobic count and maybe that hurt somebody. You're going to say, no, go back and tell us if it was E. coli, if it was salmonella, if it was staph, if it was pseudomonas. Like you have to isolate the organism. So all the clinical literature is written in species-specific language. So let's say it grows like happens in Oregon and they were to go to court, they would probably lose against Aspergillus because there's in fact clinical literature, tying harm to real patients. If they applied that case against total yeast and mold, they would win because
the reality
cannot defend. You do not know which level is harmful. And it's meant to be just a bioburden check. It's not meant to actually predict clinical outcomes.
Right. So, but the reality of Aspergillus though in Oregon, right, because in Oregon, you got all the heady organic people, deploying organic IPM practices, spreading predatory bugs, deploying trichoderma. it wouldn't surprise me if a pretty high fail rate existed individually within certain facilities because of how much we've seen the introduction of it lead to, because most people, again, don't fail most of the time for Aspergillus. But once you've introduced it and spores are genuinely present in your facility and you're in a closed loop system and it compounds and carries over and kind of replicates in the air systems, you start compounding the issue to where you have no idea how big and how gnarly of an issue it can become. And so that's one of the things where I think Oregon, didn't have any microbiology testing in place. They started by leading the way because
when they light up, it's
pesticide tests, but they didn't do this thing with Aspergillus, and then they fought it and prevented it from coming in. That doesn't mean the problem doesn't exist, and so I think the reality is kind of a more sophisticated approach and how kind of it's dealt with and how it's understood, because a lot of well-intentioned organic farmers that are using organic IPM products inadvertently, unknowingly are introducing it, and then kind of might very well have 30-40+% fail rates internally because until somebody genuinely starts failing for Aspergillus, nobody is even paying attention to cleaning out their air systems in some semi-routine way. Nobody's gassing chlorine dioxide to kind of ensure they're chasing out any remaining spores, right? And so I think it's definitely a big issue, and I think kind of too, a lot of the work you've done, Kevin, there are things besides kind of Aspergillus, right? There are fusarium producing mycotoxin. There are certain other types of things that could be producing things that are gnarly. So I think instead of kind of just test, that's why I appreciated California. It wasn't just testing all microbes for the sake of testing microbes. It was focusing on the human pathogens. And I think as long as we do that, we can kind of actually, as a whole community, help kind of, really advance the plant and the safety and efficacy of the plant.
Now, the flip side of the Aspergillus testing has been that people are complaining that there's visible mold on some cannabis that gets through that the Aspergillus, it's not Aspergillus, right? And somehow we probably have to button that up with figuring out what that is and either have a visual screen or finding what other pathogenic organisms we're cared about. If it's not pathogenic, we should, throw it out if you can see it like a strawberry. But if it's pathogenic, maybe we got to maybe you got to add something to the list.
And that's what the filth and flora material test is supposed to pick up by the lab.
Right. So there's I think the species specific stuff will also reduce a lot of the lab shopping because the fail rates go down, so people don't have a motivation to lab shop as much. And then on top of that, the labs are they're much easier tests to perform in that the lab to lab they won't be as discordant than the total yeast and mold tests, and so you probably have less of this capacity for people to find a lab that's got a 2% failure rate versus a 15% failure rate. It's everyone's going to probably be floating around 3 to 5%, independent of which test provider they're using. So it'll probably wipe out the motivation for folks to be lab shopping off of microbials if we get those things done right.
Can I mention something else about? I'm not sure if we want to talk about this today.
Wade had his hand up. I'm sorry. I always got to defend Wade. Get in there, Wade.
Thank you, Marcus.
I think it's muted.
You're muted, Wade.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Patient of many years, cultivator of many years. A lot of this conversation this morning has really been focused around solving problems that come with indoor cultivation and or extensive greenhouse cultivation. And I could be naive, and I would ask anyone on the panel to call me out for being naive. But when I was a cultivator and engaged in what we call regenerative practices, where I was creating any of the inputs that I wanted for my crop on my farm, so I knew what was in it. All of these issues around Aspergillus, yes, it's in the atmosphere here, but it's a non-issue in a sun-grown regenerative garden, is my experience. And again, totally open to anyone on the group calling me out as bullshit here, but I gotta say that part of the siloing that has happened in states across this country is forcing this conversation upon us. And I really want to remind people that if you grow your own in the sun, take care of your plants, they'll take care of you. That's all I got. I'm going to go back to listening. Fascinating conversation. And again, thank you, Marcus. Love you, brother.
I have some data actually at hand that can try to address this. So thank you for bringing it up, Wade. So there is a lot of discussion about Aspergillus out there, and you have to keep in mind that Aspergillus has got 280 different species, and we only give a shit about 4 of them. All right, so this is now I don't have this split by outdoor and indoor, but it's a very important point that I'll have to see if we have that information and we can maybe dissect it and get to that. But what you're seeing on these top lines up here that are kind of cratering to the right are all Aspergillus species in leaves. So let me back up. We've got about 1,000 whole genome sequenced. When we do whole genome sequencing, we get the microbiome picture with it. And so we can then ask, what tissue type did the sequencing come from? And look at the microbiome per tissue type. So when you look at, when you're looking on the x-axis here, are the number of reads per million, okay? So when you're sequencing the fungal microbiome, we're just counting how many reads are Aspergillus versus all other fungal shit that's there. And they're at, you can see 100% of the samples will have Aspergillus of some sort at 100 reads per million. Still a very, very low amount, but all of the samples that we collected, this is 943 samples that are in there. However, when you start going down to the 4 that we care about in the regulations, this drops down to like the 9% range that have 100 reads per million. We think the PCR tests are kind of picking things up somewhere around the 300 or 400 reads per million range. So the number, this kind of lines up with the Alec's number, around 3 to 4% failure rate. But I just want to show this because it's often thrown out there that Aspergillus is everywhere, which is true as a genus, but as a species of these 4 pathogenic ones, there's a huge gap between all of them and just these 4. So the ubiquity stuff is you got to keep in mind there's a major reduction when you just focus on the few that are there. But we now have this kind of information from basically 1,000 different cannabis genomes from all over the world. So we know like what pathogens are there. So we can better inform regulators that, okay, these ones we don't need to care about. These ones we do based on the frequency of what we found from sequencing data. Because what they've really done is just taken most of the food industry and just lobbed it on top of cannabis. Like they're putting listeria in place. We've never found listeria. We don't see listeria in this type of sequencing data, but they want to put it in there because the food people use it and the food people have a test for it, and they can slap that onto our field and start, harvesting some food testing revenue from us. Arguably E. coli and Sal, they're very, very low in frequency. They're there it's like probably 1 in 1,000 samples or something might be positive for them. So yeah, maybe you do want to grab those if it's going to end up in oral or end up ingested in some way. But I don't think anyone is lab shopping off of E. coli cell numbers. They're just, the frequency of failure is just too low for anyone to give a shit about. That it wouldn't create that kind of economic motivation. So what we got to do, Wade, is I got to see if we have that information in this database, if we can split it by outdoor, indoor, because I do think what Alec is bringing up, the indoor systems are recirculating a lot of the air. If the spores are in the facility, they're just recycling those. And outdoor systems may have all types of natural mechanisms to keep Aspergillus at bay, like all these other gram-positive bacteria that flush it out of competition.
One thing I think is important to keep in mind is how, like with the data coming from a lot of the product that's in the market is not what the test actually represents. There's a lot of product that just gets slapped a label on it, so to speak, in every market where people are just taking, part of some other batch and making it a part of a batch that has a different sample or test on it. And I think the problem is probably a lot more widespread than even the data would show.
It's a really good point. There's a lot of that going on, especially nowadays because of the times that we're in, making things go further, test results last longer, batching large batches over time and testing them week after week or every bi-weekly is a really expensive endeavor. So I think that's a good call out. I've thought about that often. It's funny that you bring that up because it's
I mean, metric data is just about as reliable as the person that's inputting it. So
it can change in the blink of an eye.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely true in the sense that, it's not just like, and I saw this in Jamaica a lot. It's not just like bad, evil people who are like, oh, I'm just going to put these chemicals in because I'm nefarious. It's like you see these situations occur where it's like, I will either feed my family or I won't feed my family. And it's sort of this mentality where it's like the ultimate trial where you're like, okay, like, are you going to have the high integrity and bankrupt your life? Or
Yeah.
are you going to get that 100-pound, lot figured out and tested and passed in any way, shape, or form that you can? So I think it's a very good point in what Fletch just said, in the sense that it's just so easy to fall victim to circumstance. I want to keep on the conversation, but I also want to, like, first of all, thank everyone from Fletch. I see Etienne is in the room for the first time on 5.0. Bryan's back. Alec has also showed up here, which has been awesome, dude, listening to you. Great to have Mojave in the house. Grandmaster LED Thomas is here. Collin and Wade. We've got Dr. Mark, and of course, Kevin Mckernan sharing the data, and it's just a real interesting conversation. So I wanted to recognize and thank you all for showing up. I'm here with my homie Merlin. My other friend just rolled up, Lincoln, who's kind of off camera, but he left the room. So I'll just thank everyone. There's 255 people watching right now, and let's keep this conversation going. It's awesome. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, I met at the Emerald Cup, I met someone who's a farmer in Central Valley, and he grows in the state legal market at scale, grows THCA Farm Bill hemp at scale, and also grows traditional legacy at scale, and plays all three paths. And I'm like, wow, the logistics of that's insane. Like, wow, that you clearly can handle a lot. But think about how much, there's a lot of diversion in the state, obviously, and everything goes everywhere if it can. And I am hearing that in other states too. I hear in other states where people are like, I would buy from the state market, but their flower sucks, so I'm buying imported THCA flower, and then I'm selling it on our shelf as Delta 9 and getting new COAs on it. And it's just like, man, it's just nuts, and there's a lot of that going on. And lab shopping is kind of at the heart of all that, because diversion and, working with burner distros and all that stuff, it's all about having a piece of paper, and it's a dirty supply chain, and it's now a national dirty supply chain. And this whole 80 farms in one batch of distillate, that distillate that went in those vape pens in LA, it also goes to products all over the country. There's Missouri just had the big recall recently last week again because they couldn't validate the supply chain. And that's just validating where it came from, not what's even in it. So it's nuts, man. It's totally nuts. And to me, it's because we never, it's a real big picture issue. It's like Alec, I mean, it's a sacred plant, right? It's like you need to bring the spirit with it, but you also need to bring philosophers and ethnobotanists and ag tech guys, and everybody gets to get, and maybe a comedian or two, get in there and actually like really approach it from a comprehensive kind of panel like approach. And we didn't do that. And this is what we do, and anyway, yeah.
So you're striking a chord on the THCA flower thing for me, because I've had several. I have like a partner of mine who was in another state, and he walked into a shop and they had like just everything lined up. There's like every chili bean, they had sour, they had OG Kush, they had it all just lined up. And he's like, "What's the deal here? Talk to me about it." And he's like, "This is legal." He's like, "Well, how is it legal?" And he walked him through the process of how he buys his pounds and gets it through and puts it in the jar, and then they basically have a bodega style setup where they weigh it in front of you and sell it to you as if you're in a dispo. And I think that's the other aspect of it. And those pounds, maybe go for 200, $300, right? So I think that's to Dr. Mark's point on the commodity side. There's a huge influx of this, and there's really no one grabbing on to where any of it came from. There is no COA on most of this stuff, and if it is, it's made up, right? So yeah,
I've got a question. I've got a question kind of for everybody in here. What percentage of the black market weed that exists today is coming from legal farms, do you think? In my estimation, it's more than 80% of the black market weed is backdoored product. I mean, because now that everybody knows the deal on grows, you can't put up an illegal 100 lighter easily anymore at all. Everybody knows why you're installing air conditioners. You need a fucking power upgrade, everything that goes with it. The black market is small little guys, mostly little hash guys and stuff like that. Maybe a few, greenhouse outdoor growers and whatever. But the vast majority, especially when you're talking about indoor flowers, all backdoored legal product. I mean, like the market is not even close. Like the data isn't even close to what the actual market looks like.
I think there's also some, there's the big C's, as I call them. I think everyone can fill in the blanks as the rest of that word is, that are really running the larger ones. But yeah, I think you're right, Fletch. Like it's mainly smaller guys, but it's falling out the back door because it's got to go somewhere, right? So that's where it's going.
And when you're talking extracts and stuff, it's probably, it's even more than flour probably.
Well, yeah. Sadly, from kind of my observation, I think a lot of the dirtiest material that wouldn't pass testing in California goes east, and I think it happens in a lot of states, where they can't pass a state established quality standard. It diverts wherever it has to go, and I think there's a lot there, cannabis is, Mojave, you were saying it's like the dirtiest, the supply chain kind of. I think it's exposing the potential of how dirty the agriculture and landscape is. But it has the potential to be the dirtiest supply chain. But the regulations and the testing requirements have established it to be cleaner than water and food in most areas of the country. When there's actually integrity in that, and I think that's something really profound. There's a lot of farmers in California like really pridefully kind of establishing themselves, and branding around how our cannabis is cleaner than your food, and I think that's a really profound kind of thing that the plant is here to also bring, and kind of exposing the, contradictions in our lives of what we put on our body, but yet we smoke cannabis cleaner than food and water, and so I think kind of, it was interesting because before we opened up SC Labs in 2007-ish to 9, I was working in the hydro store, and I saw that there were two types of people that were serving this plant, kind of through the lens of this whole conversation around IPM, and people would come in like week 5 or 6 of flower, webbed spider mites, millions of spider mites, kind of just going Richter, and they'd come in a super panic moment because they're like, I fucked up. I didn't do the proper prevention game, to prevent this from being a thing. I now have this really big problem. What can I do? And it's like always like, dude, you can't really do anything. It's this like. Yeah, exactly. Vacuum, take some like bronzers and like sponges, like strip every leaf off the plant that is fan leaf or anything kind of that you can do to kind of remove as much of the physical kind of material where eggs and such are. You got a lot of work ahead of you, get after it, and you can't even really spray things like organic oils because those are also going to be concentrating into your material, and so it's like there's this very integrity way of like not compromising the sacred integrity of the spirit of this plant and the healing it has to offer. And then, there was this other approach, right? This other approach is like, well, cool. Like, so there were people that were like, all right, I'm going to go get to work. Sounds like a lot of work. I'm going to go do this, right? Because they would never even consider compromising this plant. That was going towards, in so many ways, compassion and how much it was helping heal, right? And like this like act of like, of charity and generosity that, like those serving would kind of like take seriously with their relationship with the plant, but then there's this other type of person that was in the pure pursuit of profit. That's like, dude, fuck that. Give me the vials with the little like 2 ml per fucking gallon thing on the side. Everyone you got, and they would just out of like their own panic that they are now faced with kind of crop loss, they would kind of go above and beyond the need, and they would like take Avid, ivermectin, fluoramide, bifenazate, Eagle 20, right, myclobutanol, they'd do this like Trinity, like maybe even a little forbid 4F spinos or spiromethamine, you know, and they would kind of mix them all together and they would spray that on their plant in week 5 or 6 of flower, right? That's like akin to like, I mean, the reality of like the act of poisoning everybody that touches it from there on. That's akin to like what's happening currently in agriculture with the desiccation of all the grain crops with fucking Roundup, you know, and glyphosate to spray, you know, a week before harvest to
if you mix all that, dude, you're creating boards.
Yeah, totally.
If you mix all of it and any of those might stay, you will have those will be resistant to that application. Now I've seen it with Forbid too. I've seen people, I've been called in to consult for several people over my time that have said they've done this crazy cocktail, this number one mistake, and then they went back in again with them as individual constituents. And yeah, balloons are popping up like it's nuts because it's the truth. It's insane that is a thought in their mind. And
that's ignorant, unmindful use of these anti-life petrochemical World War II nerve agent type, you know, that's like without awareness doing something that's actually really like gnarly towards what the plants
when you say there's
and just real quick, just to wrap the point though, I'm sorry, just to get back to what Archive was bringing up, you know, I just wanted to kind of bring this up because, you know, I think the reality is, see, it's like, you know, cannabis is being reduced to this like commodity supply chain for pure pursuit of profit capitalization that's being like expressed through all kinds of things with, you know, the legal market intentionally diverting 80% of what's out there to the traditional market, right? Passing a contamination buck outward. It's happening kind of in many different ways and flavors, but I think a lot of it is kind of the dirty stuff because the reality is what we've seen in California. You know, it's like if you look at prime ag land across the state and all the green zones that agriculture practice, those are red zones for cannabis. Those are the zones that are ag adjacent, and you're probably going to be having this ongoing kind of like issue popping up, right? Oh, shouldn't have, you know. But I think, but the point I think I'm getting to there is like, you know, like whenever I think, you know, and I'm not saying this just because I'm part of a testing laboratory. I'm a cultural anthropologist and ethnobotanist, and kind of my passion is people and plants and kind of just seeing through the lens of testing, you know, what this plant is doing and bringing to the world. You know, I think those that are in integrity with the spirit of the plant, I mean, because, you know, like legalization is just a stupid like structure. You know, people have been kind of in service of this plant forever, and, you know, medicine's been going where it needs to go and healing the world. Is it clean and in integrity with the spirit of the plant, or is it toxic, right? Like all the dirty ass cartridges like that could never pass the test here going east. And that's where I think cartridges is the worst topic on this idea of what is moving out of legal markets into these other spaces, and just also flooding that market, you know, but it's with a hyper toxified product. And so, you know, I think kind of testing just our global perspective on what it brings. I think it brings a barrier of entry. I think it keeps the integrity and spirit of the plant strong. And I think those that are in integrity with it are always going to find their way with the plant, you know, and yeah, like that was a very long-winded thought, but, you know, I think it's the biggest issue, and it's like, you know, it's all, but it's also the biggest competitive advantage. You know, it's like those that, you know, have operated by the code of conduct with this plant and are solid with their word and solid with how they cultivate and solid with like the relations that you know that you have with people, you know, kind of in growing together. You know, it's like I think it's, you know, I think a big thing of the LA Times expose really exposed this, and one of my great prayers and hopes around this is I feel like whenever the state of California is now on a hyper alert about how big this is an issue, and it's going to become just a steady, it's a thing now. It's finally going to become fixed, you know. And I think the real value of clean quality bomb material and extracts is way undervalued because it's been driven to extinction in price with all this dirtiest, like, you know, most contaminated, most bulk biomass, you know, to where craft is extinguished almost, you know. But I think the reality is, you know, people have been operating on the idea that cannabis is a commodity crop, like, you know, just like priced to that. But the reality is it's a scarce resource. And I think the scarce resource, whenever there's actual testing and transparency and integrity in the system, that scarce resource is, I think, what's going to like become, one of the big.
It seems like can the DCC be successful in policing this if the hemp market is outside of it, right? It seems like they've got to get an equal footing on the hemp market.
I'm sorry to even talk anymore too, but the reality too, I think, Kevin, that's the biggest thing. Like I think the definition of industrial hemp is a curse on the plant, because nobody's growing industrial hemp for fiber. 99% of people growing industrial hemp are growing type 3 cannabis, and with a completely separate world that it has to apply to or participate in, where it's just around this funny game around 0.3% as the definition. And
THCA still escapes that, right?
100%, and it's all a game, and I think until there's a federal kind of like a conversation around kind of cannabinoid, if regulating type 1, type 2, type 3 cannabis that's grown for drug or medicine cultivation, that's within the same zone. Actual industrial fiber for growing fiber is, sure, that doesn't need that's relaxed, but anyway, I just totally talked way too much, and so I'll kind of just.
Dude, we'd love when you talk too much. Come on.
All right.
Spit this.
Well, that's why we started testing in the first place, is because growers were inherently untrustworthy. There, I said it. So many of them failed when we started testing, and what did they do? They took it elsewhere and sold it because nobody else was testing. So the market showed me early and often, 07, 08, 09, that, Alec, as much as I want to believe in the kumbaya wonderful grower, they were fewer and far between. And unfortunately, they still are from time to time. Even people who are growing industrially realize they have problems, and that's even before we were talking, have latent viroids, So it's just fascinating that the same conundrums, the same problems, the same ethical issues that we were discussing back then, such as how do we release this information, then what is tested on humans versus what is still going on 15 years from now, and people are still being unethical with their grows, and it's going to be interesting. Mojave and I have been invited to go check out the USDA's germplasm harvest. They're doing some field days in New York in September. So we're going to go check out. They're growing over 500 different varietals. And they're also doing density trials. So it'll be interesting to see what they're doing, because they've been collecting germplasm since 2021. And they're growing it out. They're growing it out at 6 different facilities around the U.S., but the majority is that they're growing up in upstate New York for their own trials. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. They actually created and made their own decorticator, which is strictly per plant, so it's nothing large and industrial. But it'll be interesting to see what they're going to and towards. Because it's same issues. Nothing has really changed. We've got these ethical growers, and now that we've become legal, you've got the industrial problems. You've got, as Wade was pointing out, the indoor versus outdoor versus the greenhouse, which was very interesting to see, as we just saw with the Emerald Cup do with its test. We also saw the State Fair in California finally do a person's test as opposed to just relying on, laboratory testing. So, it's exciting. The boundaries are being pushed, and we're expanding, but we're still contracting around these same issues and problems, especially with the, industrialization and our own little 10th Amendment little realities. And hi, I'm in Newfoundland right now. I'm way off on the East Coast here. So hi and greetings, everybody. It's great to be back here.
We'll see you, man.
Yeah. I think that's an important just point, is that, and the reason that we're going to this USDA trial, and the reason that I'm I've been focused on the ag side of cannabis a lot lately is because I spent my whole life with the plant. It's a sacred plant and it's my community, literally my entire life, right? It's been my entire journey with one plant. But to me, that's about how we use the plant, how our bodies use the plant, the complex chemistry of the plant, all the different uses from the plant, but how the plant grows and the plant itself in terms of its morphology and the agronomics about it, to me, that is just agriculture. And increasingly, more and more, the people who do cultivate that plant are just people who are growers. So we have this weird transition that we're having now, and the USDA is a perfect example of that, is that we're entering this new cannabis agriculture phase. And us custodians who feel very, passionate about, all the complexities, we have to pass that on to them, because it's just, capitalism is a hell of a drug, right? It's going to happen. And the biggest contributors to the dirty vape pens in the country or in the state probably are the big commercial legal growers, honestly. I know plenty of guys who make extract who can tell you that when they purchase trim from big commercial growers, that, like they say, they do the little quick test and they go, hey man, this passes on flower, it passes on trim, it doesn't pass on the extract, right? So capitalism will be capitalism. It'll do what it does, whether you're a small farmer or a big farmer, right? But the plant is the plant, and it's a commodity to a lot of people, and it's now an international commodity. And all these testing standards and stuff that we kind of established here in California, Alec, you had a lot to do with like being a pioneer on testing. They're now being adopted by the entire world. CFU counts and stuff like that. The whole world now wants all cannabis to be irradiated, right? Because because they didn't see the opportunity. It's like, or they set the standard, like Australia's standard and Great Britain's standard is 50 CFU. That's it. Right? That's it, man. So it's like but
how's their pesticide testing? Because that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's onerous, and that's the point, is that like we have, we have to constantly navigate that intersection between ag and culture and our community. And honestly, the way I see it going is it is just going to be, it's a commercial crop now. So we have, we got to think that way and at the same time protect it and protect the small farmer and create premium products and stuff. So we're not stuck in a weird commodity world. It's like $5 wine, $50 wine, $500 wine. That's common in the grape growing world, but cannabis is just like a baseline that goes a little bit over and below. And that's where there's a lot of opportunity. But yeah, no, it's a mess. And Etienne brought up hop latent viroid. Now lab shopping for hop latent viroid is the thing, right? Where it's like this kind of weird self-defeatist kind of thing where people are now, choosing the most beneficial COA for their own needs at that moment versus what does the whole community, what does the entire like ag state of California need cannabis to be? They could have attacked hop latent 5 years ago and eradicated it by now if they approached it like they do other crops. It was a relatively simple approach. So
I wanted to raise my hand because since Kevin's here, I had sent him some samples through the years of hop latent viroid, and it honestly scared the crap out of me and made me rethink everything. And Kevin, you went pretty deep on it with that sample, and then found other samples around the country and world, I believe, and kind of went on a tear. Do you believe that viroids are playing a role in how we're getting a lot of these products to market in terms of why they're getting, botrytis is such a big deal, and powdery mildew and so on and so forth? Do you think their immune systems of these plants are being compromised, and therefore all these other things are happening as a result? Is that
Yeah, there's definitely a genetic component to this too, in that there are plants out there that seem to keep this in the roots, and it's unclear whether they have a yield impact. And that's what was shown in the hop industry too, that they have plants that have marginal 5% impact on volatiles, and those that have like 40%, right? So it depending on your cultivar, it can crater yield. So if you got a plant that suffers from it, and it's in the canopy, then you probably got to get rid of those. But I think the problem we've seen is everyone's running around testing roots, and you really got to test both. Mainly because if you do that, you'll wipe out the plants that keep it in the roots, which are the ones that you want to retain. Those are the ones that are like tolerant of it. So we've got a few lines that we've been doing a lot of these experiments on, and we can see that you can bring it completely into flower. The only thing that'll differ with the plant that's infected versus not infected is it will turn purple on the ones that's infected, but you won't find it in the canopy. You only find it in the roots. You might find it in some green area of the canopy, but anywhere the anthocyanins are off, it is undetectable with PCR. So we've been encouraging people to like that particular line is Jamaican line, and it's not necessarily a commercial line. It's an outdoor line that's a type 2. So people have been trying to cross that into type 1s to see if they can move the trait into something that's more relevant for like an indoor grow. But there is a risk there that if you hyper test and you only test the roots, that you're going to weed out the plants that you might want to breed with. So you have to be a little bit careful on like how you go about doing it. There was for a while this period where everyone was just testing roots because it was more easy to find there. But that means that you could be killing your moms that are likely to survive this. So the testing in the canopy and in the roots, usually in veg and in flower, is the way to really figure it out, because a lot of the plants it's undetectable until you pop it into flower, and then if it's in the leaves in the canopy during flowering, probably you're going to have a yield issue, and it is very transmissible. It is not just from scissors. People are finding this in the water now. They've been doing testing. They can see it's in fertigation systems. There's some papers suggesting hop stunt viroid, which is very similar, moves around in fusarium spores. So that can go through, mycelium networks if you're in the same like root zone. Spores that can move it around potentially. We have seen it in pollen. Now, interesting thing about pollen is if we take hop latent viroid positive pollen and pop it onto these plants that are known to keep it in the roots, the seeds that come out of that are clean. Like there's like 2%, 3% of them that are positive once you germinate them, but most of them come out clean. So there's other studies others have done, I think in Arizona, with plants that are more susceptible to this, and their seed ratios are much hotter. They're like 30 or 40% of the seeds that they pop are end up positive. But those are plants that are known to not suppress it into just the roots, but they're known for it to go into the entire plant. There's nothing you can do much to treat this, so I don't know that it's going to cause a pesticidal lab shopping issue. Maybe there's people running around trying to get C of A's that show it's not there, like in a nursery setting or something. But in most people we interact with, they want the sensitivity dialed up so hot that it finds, single molecules, which again is something I'd caution in that if you have plants that are keeping this suppressed at a really late CT and PCR, that means it's very low in copy number. Their immune system may be functioning with it fine. You may have a yield loss. It may be a risk that it can move, but there's a big difference between plants that are hot at a CT of 20 versus plants that are hot at a CT of 30. That's about 10 CTs is like, what is that? That's going to be a million.
Didn't we saw that with when we went on the wild goose chases, going through all the moms that I had trying to chase it, and we thought at one point that a whole lot had been infected, and then we kept on testing, and all of a sudden it just wasn't there anymore.
Went away. Yeah, you had some that are out at past 30, and we're just like, hold on, don't kill those. Your plant might just get rid of it.
Yeah, I went on a bender. It was.
Yeah. So and I think that's important. You want quantitative tests because something has presence absence on this, you're not going to have that level of information.
Yeah.
But the difference between 20 and 30 is actually 1,000-fold. Sorry. It's 1,000-fold difference in the viroid concentration in the plant. And so if your plant's keeping it out at really low numbers, I'm curious about that plant. I want to breed with that plant because it's suppressing it, as opposed to taking this kind of, chop all your moms down and start over thing, because then we lose all the genetics out there. And it may end up setting us back as opposed to moving us forward.
Yeah, I had a plant, Kevin, that I tried to infect, a plant that was just always wouldn't test, and I tried to infect it. I was actually grafting, and I was like pouring actually runoff into the roots, and it still would test negative. And then another friend that has that same plant just recently tested positive. I'm not sure what the count was, but the plant is healthy as can be. And it's one of those typhoid Mary kind of, really asymptomatic plants. But what I've noticed is that the slower rooting plants that have some type of a fungal issue, like every dudded plant that like really, really heavy dudded flower, when I rip open the crown, there's always some type of a fungal thing going on there.
Yeah.
So that relationship, I'd really love to hear more about how that hop latent and fungal
we see a lot of Fusarium
with
positive.
fungus.
Yeah, when they're really hot with hop latent viroid, there's often Fusarium and Pythium around. So we try to scan for those too. But the when we're doing these challenge studies, for a while the field was just grinding up hop latent viroid positive plants and then trying to put those onto the leaves with some injury. But when you do that, you don't know what else you're introducing. You could be inducing the Pythium or the Fusarium, and so to solve that, you really have to isolate hop latent viroid. So we went and actually synthesized a circular form of this thing. So we're now like the Wuhan of the fucking hop latent viroid because we made the damn thing. But when you do that, you can get rid of all the other unknowns. You can inject it into plants at 700 billion copies on an injection, and these plants don't take it, right? So you're never going to get that from a mite or an insect or any of these leaf hoppers. They're just not going to move that much viroid around. But we can take some of these plants and really hammer them with direct injection of 700 billion of these molecules, and they don't end up getting positive. So it's there are ones out there that are tolerant to this thing. And if you ever, they're positive in the roots like 2 weeks after flowering. So it's in there. We can see it. The CT starts to creep a little bit south on us when it starts going into flowering, but it never ends up in the canopy. So there's a set of plants out there that we've got to keep our eye on that are going to breed us out of this thing. And the clear cutting approach of any positivity, any signal at all, I think is going to be really dangerous because we're going to end up basically obliterating all of these plants that you mentioned. If you see any one speck of this anywhere in the plant, kill it is like, I don't think that's how this is going to work. There's going to be some plants out there that can dance around it.
Yeah, we even saw like Mojave, we saw one of the strawberry cough plants that I've had for like, I don't know, 18, 19 years. That you would never think that would have anything if you didn't test it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other part of this is
it can be in the canopy and you not know it until flowering.
Yeah. Yep. So definitely some instances there, but we're counting on you, Fletch, out there. Let's get that gene pool sorted.
Yeah. We did see it with some of your leaf hoppers though.
Yeah, that's true. That was interesting. So I had the UK cheese because I just kept it. I just wanted to keep studying what would happen with it as it went through its life cycle, knowing that it had hop latent. So I stuck it in a part of my property that is just like super isolated. And then I thought, well, why don't I put like a small greenhouse here and put 6 plants in it that I know are absolutely clean? Because I saw leaf hoppers. I was smoking a joint one day back there, and I was just like watching these things just go boing. I was like, wonder if those are munching on that and then passing it around to all these other plants around here. And so I decided to put the greenhouse there. And sure enough, I sent Kevin the samples after, week after week, and we kept testing, and all of a sudden it was like nothing. And then boom, it just hit for it. So, there are, I mean, this isn't rocket science here, but it was confirming and really made me feel, like we needed to better understand more about the vectors than we thought, because it's not just touch, feel, human, I smoked a cigarette or I touched on the plant or whatever, insert here. It's a lot of things that we're not paying attention to around us in the wild. And that's as outdoor growers, as a lot of us are, we don't know what's in our garden until it's far too late. So it's just good to know ahead of time that if you can test and use what Kevin's develops to help you. I know that at scale, it would have been devastating what I went through to try to kind of go back and go through all the moms like I did, clean everything and then isolate them and then bring them back in. And the amount of downtime that took was nuts. I mean, it just was really throwing everything out, cleaning it, making sure I didn't touch something that had it on it still.
And that's a good point. That's something I wanted to bring up earlier is, some of these problems we're talking about, they may kind of self-correct themselves due to the economics of cannabis long term. Like a lot of these really big farms that, particularly like you were just saying, going through these things is too expensive for them. That's why they use all these alternative methods, pesticides, etc. Most of the reason those farms still exist to this day is because of the export market. Right. That's the only way they're staying alive. Right. Because if they had to sell all that oil in California where they're growing it, they're out of business. There's not enough consumers. I mean, even the 1,000 light grows. I mean, I know a lot of people that grow. Most of the really big grows in California, indoor grows, it's only trap packs keeping everybody alive. Right. They can't sell all their flower into the legal market. And so a lot of this just may be a self-correcting issue where essentially when all the different markets have their own cultivation, like places like Massachusetts and Maryland and Florida used to be great export markets from California. Not so. I mean, people still do it, but it's not like it used to be. It used to be 100% of the product going there came from, the traditional market. And now a big portion of the consumers are buying from big legal farms. And depending on the state's laws, you may continue to have these issues. But in places like Washington and Oregon, pretty much most of the big grows are all shutting down. And it's happening in a lot of other places too. And I think Canada is a great example of it as well. Like how many of those big $300 million 100-acre indoor grows that canopy growth put up are still operational? They're not, because the market finally becomes localized once the exporting of all this excess product dissipates, and then now you have to satisfy local consumers, which are much more picky than people that don't have access in export markets.
Yeah, and no, well said.
And on that CDFA crop statistics report I mentioned earlier, there's about, there's 10 or 15 or 20 crops that are 100% produced in California for export to either the rest of the country or even considerable percentage to the world, right? And like Alec mentioned, all the best ag land is in the red zone. It's like the reality is this eventually turns into agriculture. And plants, it's the economy of agriculture. You grow the plants that are best suited for a particular region because of climate and input and infrastructure.
Cleanliness of the environment.
Cleanliness of the environment and all that. And that's kind of what California was and what it will be. And like I consult with people in places and I say to them from the beginning, I'm like, this is an opportunity for you guys to be a part of cannabis right now. But in the future, this all goes away because for you to grow the way you do now, where it costs you $3 a gram, $4 a gram to produce, it won't happen in the future when this is really grown as efficiently as it can be in places like California. And
I ask you a question, Mojave?
Yeah.
If let's just say export markets don't exist, right?
Yeah.
And you're just a producer in California. What percentage of the people growing without an export, like let's say the state was really good at enforcing the law and making sure that everything you grew in California had to be sold in California. How many outdoor and greenhouse grows would there even need to be? There's so many indoor lights in California, there'd be almost none existing on a localized consumer level.
Absolutely. And we grow enough weed. Often we grow enough weed for all our neighbors just in our own backyards. So it all goes away. And California is really good at that. They're actually really good at if you go to the CDFA and you say, hey, look, I want to grow this crop next year. They'll say, hey, whoa. Do you know we grow a lot of that crop and you're probably not going to make that much money. And if you guys grow 20% or more of that crop, then the commodity price goes down. And they protect that. They protect the commodity. They protect the farmer. And they even have, I believe they even have mechanisms where they can even buy you out. Like, hey, look, you're going to tank the raisin industry right now, and we want to keep the prices at a certain point, and they subsidize you. They subsidize your farm in order to keep things like, don't grow too much. It's bad for everyone. And they didn't do that with they just wild west, right? And they never really did the math, the very basic math of what is needed. And to
Well, it's
me, that
consumption.
applies,
Yeah.
and that applies to the whole world, though, because eventually cannabis will be normalized. It will be regular. It'll be everywhere. And all these markets will have to adjust. They'll have to go like, hey, we did it for a while, but we don't do it anymore because now Mexico's online, or, California is back onto interstate commerce. It's all this big transition, and it's all temporary.
Yeah, and there is this land somewhere else that doesn't have the red zone issue, et cetera. I mean, it's someone's going to find a better solution to do it cheaper, better, whatever, and access the market better. And in a lot of cases, California is really just not competitive, other than because cost of power, cost of land, cost of all these other things, the pesticide, everything else. I mean, I think Canada is probably not the best example because it's hard to grow lots of outdoor, relatively speaking, there. But what percentage of the Canadian market, legal market, is outdoor and greenhouse grown flower? I bet it's less than the indoor, whatever it is.
Yeah, but and Holland
Marcus,
still.
do you have any idea of what percentage in Canada it is?
I have no idea, but I know that look at Holland. Holland still crushes it on ag export. They don't have the climate for it, but they said this is where we're going to be. We're going to be a greenhouse controlled environment agriculture country, and they nailed it. So it's like you can be that, but if you're competing with a pound of flower grown in Vermont versus a pound of flower grown in California, in 10 years, the costs are going to be very lopsided. But if you're talking about like a really beautifully grown bell pepper from Holland versus a really beautifully grown bell pepper from Canada, they can compete because they're both the same model, right? Because they're both greenhouse.
But neither of those business models that they have exist without export as well for all those bell peppers, right? Totally. It's like they would never have that business if they're just selling locally. And that's kind of my point is once everybody can grow indoor everywhere legally to supply their local market, most people are going to try to take advantage of that for the financial reasons. You don't have that. Where's all this weed supposed to go to third world countries that buy weed for less than you can produce it for in California? No way. It's not happening. It's going to go the other way.
What if, hypothetically, like, what if cannabis is only $50 a pound for beautiful sun-grown outdoor cannabis, and then all of a sudden all the indoor has to rethink about like, whoa, what kind of brands are we supporting with this high cost?
Isn't that what hemp is?
You're only focusing on your customer base at that point. That's it. You've got your brand. They like what you do. You've figured out a profit margin that works for them and you as a manufacturer, and that's all you get.
Right.
Mojave, it reminds me of strawberries in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, how they had to figure out how to chop California up and then export it and figure out cold chain and do all that. There's actually a grower I met that's got he has a farm in Santa Barbara called Farming First. He runs it, and he comes from that world, and he talked a lot about his cost per pound to me when I first met him, and I just was blown away that he was thinking about the minute details of everything that we're speaking about along the supply chain and what that cost structure was of that pound and how that fit within the larger model in which he was creating. And it just literally was like a blow of wind in my hair was flying behind me. I was like, wow, you're futurist. You're thinking about this. And
now Driscoll's is all over the world. They're growing in Australia. They're growing they grow in greenhouses in Japan. So it's like they took that. They're like, yeah, we have to export this model.
Totally. Yeah, but it's a really interesting model in terms of agriculture because it's sort of our dichotomy of like how do we grow enough, but how do we get it to people so it's fresh, and then how's it clean, because strawberries are some of the dirtiest and dirtiest fruits in the world, let's just call that. And it's a very similar thing
for cannabis. I think we got one big issue. 10% of the people smoke weed and 100% of the people eat food. The volume we need to produce is a fraction, tiny compared to what the ag industry actually looks like. I mean, we're most of these business models that people think are going to work are never going to work in the future once the playing field has been leveled worldwide.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. I think what you're alluding to is a very simplistic thing that I've landed on often, which is we've got it all wrong, right? And we're kind of we're kind of in the middle of how do we go forward and how do we do this, being mindful as we move forward, because we will get it wrong again. It's just a matter of what. It's just we have to figure out the things we can change, and of what can we change, what impact can we make to make it better. And I think that's, what we're all throwing great ideas around today as to do that, but it's going to take someone in policy, I think, to really make sure that that drives through so everyone follows the same plan, right? Everyone's got to walk together, so to speak, right? Otherwise, it's like if one guy's over here spraying Eagle 20 and the other guy's, growing perfectly, and then, they both go to market and they're lab shopping to get their products and they both get to market somehow, it's a problem. So that's my piece.
Like Mojave alluded to, the control that every other industry has figured out is subsidies and growers unions, right? That's it. Where they control their supply chain. That's it. We control how much you grow, what you can sell it for. You can't fuck it up for all of us. That's the only thing that's worked for everything else for the last 100 years, essentially. Without that, farming in America is done. John Deere tractors in America, done. All done without subsidies and growers unions.
Yeah, you're striking a chord with me because I come from I worked in film for a number of years, and that's, there's film unions for a reason, because when you call a gaffer and you need somebody to light your set, you have reliable people that you can call to come. You need a reliable grower that can come and grow. That really makes a lot of sense to me. But there's a lot of conversation in between that. I don't know if it's as simple as saying we need just a union, but I do think I like what you said there, because we need to have checks and balances, right? We need to have people that, if we're going to bring in, to pay them a fee to consult or be on the team, there needs to be some sort of results or some sort of checks and balances, man, behind why they're there. So I think you're striking chords with me on that, man. But I just don't know how we would put it together.
If I could kind of weigh in real quick, just thinking about cannabis as like this idea of this national and international export, eventually, right? Whenever there's been this, opening up of interstate commerce and kind of like what's happening in Canada and Colombia and elsewhere, where it's like internationally exporting, right? But I think there's the regional, I think, Mojave, you're hitting on part of it. It's like there's the Appalachian region realities of kind of where cannabis does grow best, and also practices around understanding how to care for it to the point of consumer purchase, to where you can actually preserve the most precious aromatic attributes that define the quality of it when it comes to the most sophisticated understanding of the value of what it is versus pure biomass, right? Where all the aromatics are gone, right? And it's reduced then to a point of THC, but it can still be distilled. It can still, be made into other types of products, right? But, I think kind of the idea of like the leveling of playing field, I think it happens within each state and I think it happens with this ongoing dialogue and what we, like in each area we're in, just proud of understanding how the differentiator really exists. Because, it's like you can't just, such a big reason why in Oklahoma there's such a high percentage of indoor farms versus outdoor farms is because you can't grow outdoor in Oklahoma because of how toxified the environment is because of the last, multiple decades of agriculture, and the amount of erosion and the amount of heavy metals that blown around in the wind. You couldn't even pass a test, and I think that speaks for a lot of the United States. I think that speaks for a lot of the world where agriculture happens, right? What cannabis is helping expose like what you did to the land, and so it's like as if there is, this actual kind of like rallied for, lobbied for kind of, because just speaking for California as an example, California helped, kind of established at the time, because it's not about going so far, just like each state or each country building on the next to make it even more and more strict. It's about testing for the sake of public, like maximizing public health and safety, but like not putting such ridiculous regulations over the top on it to where you have to gamma irradiate and sterilize all your weed and terp zap everything. So now you are again reduced to a commodity, but it's like if there are testing regulations that are rallied for and lobbied for that help kind of ensure the integrity of this plant. I think that's one of the biggest things that those closest to the plant have like such a competitive advantage, of knowledge and awareness around where to find lands. So many people spent millions of dollars. I feel like the more hubris people come in with, thinking they're just going to make a bunch of money, is proportional to how quick they faceplant. You see it on a corporate level. You see it on, kind of all these huge multi-hundreds of $1 million losses and faceplants that have happened, because this isn't just another agricultural commodity, and I think kind of, leaning into what, I think testing brings, on a global scale really helps, I think, solidify the permanence of kind of those culturally connected to this plant in the long term, because it's like cannabis is it's like agriculture. It's a very perishable product, in 30, 40 days of it sitting at or above 70 degrees temperature, or the higher you get from there, the quicker it happens. The whole incredible loss factor of all volatile aromatics that define the quality. It's like, I feel like in each state, like no individual cultivator or manufacturer, I think, that's working with the flower can, is even ready for interstate commerce. They haven't even in their own state figured out how to preserve their terps, preserve what they have in their possession. It's like, keep the cabbage in the fridge. It's like, what happens in 2 weeks of just fucking that off, and just allowing kind of it to just completely lose its value as a vegetable, And so I think kind of just, the perseverance and the resilience the plant brings, I think, on the level of working with it, and how much it helps you to like manage chaos and like figure out and find the way and kind of learn the lesson, from the face plant that happened before. But there's so much like awareness there that I don't think, any farm on like big ag or big tobacco. I mean, I just like this plant and what's happening with it is the antithesis of what they've done and what they do and what they know, And so I think kind of, being able to kind of, on that idea of like, once this opens up and it's direct to consumer kind of in ways kind of like wine and the wine model. I mean, it's like, that across all testing we've ever performed, there's like, it's about 1.4% terp, total terp content in dried flower, and then all the other, non-tested trace volatile aromatics that are even more volatile than the terps. But the potential one is most sticky, chronic. You can stick it to a window is like 3 to 5.5%. Like, and it's also, is there integrity in the testing lab? A lot of testing labs are like 9% terps every time, so it's about the real quality of the data. But the reality is 60 to 80% of all terps and all volatile aromatics are gone by the time most herb is on dispensary shelves or retail shelves or gas station shelves with some delta, with some HHC, But kind of like we've seen this like really incredible thing happening in Oregon and in California, where people have figured out like this continued cold supply chain of custody, where they like, have very actively monitor and like ensure like the rapidness to market, because the average batch takes like 30, 45 days to make it to dispensary shelves. That's a huge time for like loss to set in. And you're like, what was 3% now at 1%, because the average herb on dispensary shelves is like 1% or less. The average pre-roll on dispensary shelves is like 0.5% or less. It's like cardboard, like, and I think that's a big reason why people are just like, there's a market for the juicing of like all these butterscotch flavors and all these other things, because everybody's like running around. There's no brand loyalty. Everybody's just chasing their tails, trying to buy something that tastes or flavorful or has any type of uniqueness to it, and so, but the thing is, I think a lot of the Oregon farmers, kind of like made it through the collapse and kind of the like now rebuilding, it's like they've begun to substantially quickly be able to differentiate and build brand loyalty and sell it quicker than it's trimmed at the highest price the market can bear in the deepest floods. And California, it's happening too, because those people, they like, instead of continuously doubling down on production, double down on terp preservation infrastructure and like, kind of maintaining super tight temperature and humidity differentials to treat the herb, so that there's very little to no loss, and they're like working within the Kelvin cycle to harvest like before sun rises and temperatures rise, where the off gassing of terps happen, so I think there's so much and like ancestral awareness, around those working with the plant and that give a shit, that, is kind of, areas where in each individual state, people can really figure out how to differentiate and how to like bring their terps like hundreds of percent more present, than anything else on the market. If you can figure that out, I feel like that's what, Oregon's shown. It's like, and in California, it's like, that's how you build resilience, because at least what you have when it's not selling as quick is super preserved, and you can always kind of be on that highest end, and then kind of, I think, being able to just like identify and work with, people, because that's the thing. It's like now that testing integrity is coming back in California, and everybody's freaked out that they're going to get caught up in recalls or reputational damage scenarios because of being associated with a shit lab. They're like, it's shifting people's priorities around, like, hey, maybe if I'm paying hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to a lab, maybe I should work with the lab that's going to set me up for success, and I think that's really what testing and kind of, offers, with, being able to help, kind of ensure you don't fail, and then don't set up for massive fail scenarios by, making sure you're not introducing hop latent viroid or Aspergillus to cultivation, and being able to kind of, like identify if the land you're working on, or before you purchase like a cut flower greenhouse, see what kind of problems are going to haunt you, and choose like, but I think a lot of these things are the biggest differentiating factors that as testing regulations really set in, and the integrity in it is happening, because you're seeing just the whole like lab fraudulent thing. It's like, it's a national topic in every state, and it's huge news, and it's, I think the more that there becomes integrity in that, and states kind of build their own testing labs to test the testers, it's going to help really, like, in the long run, help individual groups be able to differentiate and survive in a state. And then as it goes national and even more international, like have the biggest, differentiating factors. Because heavy metal testing in California, nobody's ever in the United States have had heavy metal testing in place. Like in Europe, they have really, 10 years ago, they put in really strict heavy metal testing requirements. And the international cacao market learned that cadmium and cacao is a really big issue, and it's a phytoremediator of cadmium. And if it's grown around areas where ag happens, it remediates out of the soil, it pulls out of the soil into the cacao. And now you have like super high levels of cacao in the bean. And so international chocolate makers had to learn this and clean up their whole supply chain and mix, mountainous grown cacao with other cacao to kind of make sure that they don't fail, just so they can sell into the European Union. The only other people in the United States that have ever figured that out are cannabis farmers in California. It's like, because heavy metal testing has been implemented, nothing in the United States has been that way. So, I mean, that's, I think, a huge different, the ability to survive in a export market, I think, in areas where testing and public health and safety is going to be a thing, I think is going to be ultimately the biggest thing that helps the culture and those like that give a shit about the plant survive, and it's going to keep out the kooks, and these like, hubristic dudes that are just face planting left and right.
Alec, I want to go back to something that you had said earlier. You were talking about closed loop extraction and concentrating. So like you could run a clean test on flower material that would look clean and would pass, but then when you extract that material, you would actually see now things failing because you're concentrating, the oily cuticle off the plant. So like I'm looking at some data here. So it's I mean, and you're probably more aware of this than anyone else on this panel, is that the level of sophistication of our analytical toolbox has increased exponentially in like the last 10 to 15 years, right? Like we can see picograms now. We can see things that again, I used to use the analogy of taking a lint brush to a New York City sidewalk. We're going to find everything. Like you can't necessarily put the spec at 0 ppm, right? Because beyond ppm, there's what? That's ppb, and then you go down to parts per trillion. But so the thing I wanted to show you, I wanted to pull up some recent data from of mine. So we're able to make check this out, dude, because even like a handful of years ago on Hash Church, we were talking about this and we were still in like the low 90s, but we could routinely produce from clean flower that tests clean for heavy metals, that tests clean for pesticides. We can routinely produce a live resin where the THC total is in the high 70s. Total cannabinoids is about 91%. Total terpenes in these live resin sauces are like 7.5%. When you add up these percentages, man, there ain't a whole lot left, man. It's like on Hash Church, like I think we were on maybe like about 4 or 5 years ago, right, Mark? And we were talking about, what is that last little bit? Like, how can we find out? Like, and Ian Oswald and those guys down at Abstracts basically now teasing out all these volatile sulfur components. So if I add volatile sulfur components onto my live resin that I'm testing 99 plus. So when I just take the terpenes alone, add that to the cannabinoids, and this is from a third party lab, I'm at like 99 plus percentage. So I've characterized 99% of what's in my jar. To me, I mean, that's just right from where we were just even like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, crude extraction, not live resin, kind of, yeah, there's been
But
incredible.
that's fucking huge. Like there's like no big unknown in there. I mean, again,
No,
we're
there's
gonna
definitely
assume what's that?
no, sorry. Well, because I mean, if you look at the anatomy of a bud, primarily cannabinoids within the glandular trichomes and resin, right? Primarily cannabinoids, followed by the primary and secondary terps, right? Which really 5 to 9 of them really constitute a majority of what is there. That could be in flower, up to 3 to 5.5% in live resin, like up to like 7 to 9%. Kind of from what we've seen. And like when you start getting that all together, and there's this like remaining percentage, which it's not a lot, but that 3+%, whatever, more, less, kind of based on extraction process, based on purity, based on kind of live resin versus not. There is all these other volatile trace aromatics, right, that really define kind of so much of the flavor and aroma aspects, right? Flavor.
But basically, the point I'm trying to make here is that, I mean, to me, we're real close to describing 100% of everything that's in the jar. Like, there's no like mystery oil or weird shit from like 10 years ago where
it's parts per 100, but you're looking at parts. Some of these pesticides are down in parts per 1,000. Another decimal place over, or parts per million, which is even further, right? So
we're getting close, though, right, Kevin? I mean, it seems like again. So what I'm trying to illustrate, which I don't think I'm doing a good job at describing,
we're better at quantitating. Yeah.
Not only has there been an increase in the level of precision and accuracy of what we can test for in cannabis products, including down to the ppb and ppt levels, but extraction has really become, really, I think, has come a long way. I mean, to where
black hash oil, crude to kind of
I mean, just open blasting with mystery oil and God knows what else was in that crap. I remember when Indra used to be on. Remember, Marcus, when Indra would come on Hash Church and we would try to talk to him about testing, and he was always kind of really guarded because he thought that his process was somehow unique, when really passing a hydrocarbon solvent over cannabis and extracting the oleal resin, wow, that's pretty much like making drip coffee. I mean, there's not a whole lot of.
I thought the one thing he did that was novel was dimple the inside of his reactor to create cavitation and eliminate channeling. That impressed me.
I guess I was never able to see like a set of data that showed the impact that had either in productivity or in resin quality. But from what I remember, because I used to always have conversations about him about testing, and that's when this whole mystery oil thing was coming into play. And it was always thought of that, well, if you're multiply distilling your solvent, you're constantly taking just the volatiles off. But could there be in your early fractions, if you don't do multiple distillations, could there be that mystery oil crap from the lubrication of the couplings, when they're handling hydrocarbon solvents and other shit. You remember that stuff, Alec? We were talking about that years ago on Hash Church, trying to figure out like what that last little few percent of some oligomeric fluorine polymer bullshit that comes along with the ride in these gases.
Well, on the aromatic side of things, which is really cool, because yeah, you mentioned abstracts. Definitely Epic did some very pioneering research, helping to kind of really just show kind of some of these realities, right? Which are, because in the aromatics, the majority of what's there are the primary and secondary terpenes that very well probably have the most biologically active effects, entourage, cannabinoid stuff. But then there's all these other part per billion, part per trillion, part per 1,000 type level compounds that are there in tiny fraction the level of terpenes, but clearly have substantial effects on adding aroma or flavor to bring out the uniqueness of various aspects of cannabis, and identifying, helping, like the idea of thiols, right, and these sulfuric compounds that really bring the gas aspect, which seem to be very volatile, right, like relative to terps. Right. And then there's like these other types of compounds that are what they describe as the Tropicana sulfur compounds. Right. And, that I wanted to bring up a story about the Emerald Cup that I thought was really fascinating, because we extended this year, because, over the last few years, we'll test chemotype cannab terps, of all the entrants, help to sort by aroma and flavor, right, in this way, grouping like with like. Right. So Jack and Haze, tropical floral, awesomine, right? Gas, desserts, sweet and dream types, exotic, right? So we had that, right? But it was really interesting because over the last couple of years, we started to see this really fascinating trend, right? Because historically, tangy, right? The smell of tangy, forbidden fruit, calio, Agent Orange, right? It's myrcene, really, really high myrcene, low every other terpene, right? Very distinct smell, right? And it's not a terp, right? It's these Tropicana sulfur type compounds that Abstracts is describing, but what's actually interesting about those is, and this is just a pure observation from my nose and just smell of cannabis over the years. I don't think it's that volatile. I think it actually sticks. I think it's one of the ones that's like really heavy and it sticks around like as all the terps go away, right? It's super present smell across, these different profiles. But the point I wanted to make was, so historically, right, there's all these tangy, forbidden fruit, calio, Agent Orange types that they're always in the sweet and dream category. But over the last couple of years in the Emerald Cup, we started observationally, anecdotally through our nose and through the judge's nose, we started to see this smell popping up in other primary terpene categories. So we'd see it popping up in the dessert category over the last couple of years. The dessert category, caryophyllene limonene, which is a lot of the gelato, wedding cake, Sunday driver type strains. So those, all of a sudden there's mimosa, right? There's Tropicana, there's sangria, right? And those are strains that wash really well in hash making, and those are the caryophyllene limonene strains, and that smell started showing up there. But then also this year, we even saw in the Emerald Cup data, we even saw things because if you've ever smelled clementine, right, or orange creamsicle, which just won one of the awards in the Emerald Cup of Farms Essentia. Right. And it's got that tangy citrus smell, but it's in the terpenoline category, right? Like clementine, there's phenos that straddle the edge of being one or the other, but it's again this shared kind of aromatic that's a non-terp. And so this year in the Emerald Cup, we actually kind of where science, because a lot of these compounds too, in flower, in extract, sure, you might be able to start testing them, but in flower, they're undetectable, by most sensitive instrumentation, and for what it's worth, a lot of these aromatics, they don't even make it through harvest because people are harvesting in the middle of the day in the hottest times outside of the Kelvin cycle where the off-gassing of the aromatics happen in the early part of the day. And so I think kind of, and also how people dry, a lot of these really precious aromatics don't make it through. I think some of them, like the tangy notes, they make it through past when the terpenes go. But my point is this year in the Emerald Cup, everything was terp sorted, that gets anonymized, presented to the judges within its own category. So like red stickers, the terpinolene, Jack and Hayes types. But this year, because we noticed that smell of tangy, like that citrus hint, it was probably, there was probably as many that smell entered as there were at like OG and gas in the whole competition. And what was so funny, it was everybody was entering it thinking it was exotic. They were entering it into what they were calling the exotic, because we get, the Emerald Cup opens for people to be able to kind of put what they think category it should be in. And everybody was entering tangy and stuff and mimosa as exotic. And and so it turned out to be like as much or more as the whole gas category. So basically all the judges after the anonymized sort present of the data in our judges kits, when everybody was going through, all of the judges were empowered to take, to with their nose, single out any that smelled citrusy, note it, and single out any that smelled truly exotic to them and mark it. And so so we created its own terpene class, that we're going to be presenting through the data. Like that was, the judge, the consensus of the data of like the judges' picks of the smell, kind of correlating, and those kind of going into their own category and then judged within that category. And because basically there was a tremendous amount of the entries that were in the myrcene category. There's a tremendous amount of those entries that were in the caryophyllene limonene dessert category, and there was a couple that were in the terpinolene category. And so
yeah, but take like to Mark's point here on the percentages. So the abstracts folks have presented to CanMed a couple years now, and what's really cool about data is how low concentration these things are and how pungent they are. Right there, this is the VSC3 in the Basio Gelato, which is the one that's got the highest olfactory score, is micrograms per mg. And that's so micrograms per mg, that's about 1 in 1,000. Micrograms are 10 to the minus 6, mgs are 10 to the minus third. So that's a 10 to the minus 3 effect there. And they're talking about 10 to the minus 2 of that. So that's like 1 part per 100,000, creating one of the highest olfactory scores. So it's just fascinating. These sulfur compounds are really, really potent in terms of a human's nose to pick them up.
Like orders of magnitude. Like,
yes,
right? Two orders of magnitude, right?
Several, yeah. I mean, and the terps are in the percentages, which are parts per 100. We're talking parts per 1,000, so like 1,000 times more more potent.
Yeah, no, and that's the beauty of the human nose and the olfactory.
Yeah.
How
olfactory spectroscopy, man.
Yeah, it's the most sensitive mass spectrometer on the planet, and that's what's really cool about kind of the thing with the Emerald Cup is like to, be able to, as science is kind of helping to define some of these things, be able to take and push the system based on our own nose and ability to kind of sort things into these categories. But that's what's really fascinating too to me, Kevin, and Dr. Mark, is just how some of these super trace part per billion, whatever level compounds that are there, like in this sulfuric world, there's the gas, which to me, like from own anecdotes and just data, what I've seen, the gas note goes away way quicker than the terps do, right? As opposed to the tangy note, which observationally stays way longer as the terps go away. So I think there's some type of correlation there to.
Couldn't there be kind of like I always, when I think about terpenes and the odor of cannabis, I always think of a symphony, right? So if you think like there could be a couple violins and there could be, a couple violas, and really, I mean, like if you think about it, like, so yeah, you have valencine, right, which is not limonene, right? So an interesting thing about valencine, if you open a bottle of it, smells just like Valencia oranges. But when you take, valencine is a sesquiterpenoid, or it's a sesquiterpene actually. And when it oxidizes up to the sesquiterpenoid nucleotone, it changes it to grapefruit. So it's so fucking cool thinking that, again, valencine can basically convert to a more grapefruit note just on oxidation, and that might be happening, say, like in the cure of the flower. So maybe like valencine is kind of like a pre-terpenoid precursor that ultimately in the cure cures up to nootkatone, which again is going to give a more grapefruit kind of flavor.
And if I could just give a quick shout out to Skunk Man Sam and Rob Clark on the aroma story here. We always wanted to define what skunk was, right? For a long time. Like, what does the skunk smell? Because we knew it wasn't a terp. And Rob and I wrote an article for Cannabis Business Times in 2018 where we pointed out that we couldn't say it was in cannabis because we don't have a lab and we didn't do any of that. But we found the literature in hops that thiols were in hops, and the skunky odor in beer that goes off is a thiol. So we put that out there, but one of the points that was interesting is it was also a thiol that was being created through photodecomposition. So it was in the hop. It's in the hops. We know that it's in the wort. It's in the brew, but in green bottled beer like Heineken and Beck's and all these German imports, that gets photodecomposition, and that creates even more thiols. When you crack that top and you smell that skunky aroma, that's photodecomposition. So I guess to Alec's point is that it is actually possibly, not only is it in there, but it's also continuing to be created in the plant itself, in the cure over time. I don't know, but that was just an interesting, and where I got that is when I moved to Amsterdam in '93, and the first time I opened up a brown bottle Heineken and took a drink, I was like, this isn't Heineken, this is a totally different beer. And then I found out that all Heineken that goes export to the US goes in a green bottle because it's a thing. And all Heineken domestically goes into a brown bottle because brown bottles block out the light that causes that skunky odor. And so the hop world had studied that and researched it and knew all about it. And it was kind of like a little inside joke about the skunkiness in beer and how it was a green bottle thing. So anyway, I think that's interesting. There's the nose, and it's just constantly changing is also the problem, right?
All I was going to point out is the structure of these things. Some of you may be familiar with these. Look like the precursors to the terpene pathway that are getting thiolated.
Yeah.
So there's I don't know how. Maybe it's enzymatic, maybe it's light, but it's definitely an interesting whole new arena of the cannabis field.
No, they're prenolated sulfides, and so obviously isoprene is the starting material for that, Kevin. It might be
like IPP, right?
Yeah, it might be right with a phosphate on there, but yeah, it's super interesting to think about, like, where does that sulfur come from? Because biological sulfur is something that is a atom of economy. I mean, Mother Nature uses sulfur all the time, right? It's in cysteine, methionine, right? And so I was thinking, like, because if you look at one of those compounds, if you could pull up those structures again, Kevin, one of those compounds is actually it's got a C5 thiol in it, and it's actually optically active. Okay, no, not it. It was the previous set of structures. One of those structures is actually optically active, and it could basically be, again, some kind of cysteine or homocysteine kind of pathway. Yeah, no, those aren't the ones neither. It might be from their more recent work.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, again, just going back to the overall theme, though, is that between extraction and between analysis of extracted product, we're getting pretty damn close, right? I mean, we're getting able to measure, between the lines of like what are in these products. And that's where it's like, I don't know, Alec, if you participated with Josh Swider or that group down there that they've had to basically help them in this lawsuit that's happening in California, where I forget what the name of the dispensaries, but there's a group of dispensaries down south that are basically have a class action lawsuit against hemp producers for bringing, hemp derived THC and THCA products into the state of California, they're claiming of, losing market share and just, not proper testing, residual solvents, THC isomers that are in there. I mean,
Yeah.
so in one way, testing is really kind of like the bad news in the industry, right? It's the bad news. It's that there's unswarthy, basically producers that are producing all kinds of shit because people want to get fucking high. And I don't ever think it was the intention of the United States Congress to sign the Farm Bill. I believe they were snookered on fiber and seeds and oil. They were, like you said, Alec, you hit the nail on the head. They were not thinking about drug variety cannabinoids, and they didn't even contemplate how to bring CBD to market because CBD is the active ingredient of Epidiolex, which is an FDA approved drug. So it's just
it low key legalized cannabis and created two totally different regulating platforms, which is really fucked and needs to be buttoned up, But I think it's just really interesting to see how like to your extraction point, just how much kind of it went from. I feel like the correlation of the nail and the little buckets, kind of, and how much you see the sharp like increase in quality, from like the black hash oil knife hits on stoves to kind of the live resin or live rosin and, getting to, the most preserved essence of the plant, and how volatile a lot of these compounds are, and I have a lot of questions around kind of, the idea of like effect, and how entourage and, kind of the uniqueness of different highs comes about, how much terpenes play a role and how much these very trace part per billion, part per trillion level flavorant or aromatic agents kind of play a role. But either way, it's like when they're gone, it's like the further out the cannabis terp ratio goes, kind of, whenever when it's most chronic and you got 3% terps and you got 15% flower THC or 20% or 25% or 30%, it's like a 10-to-1 or closer cannabis terp ratio. The presence and influence of entourage effect is substantial. The preservation of these aromatics and all these other trace volatiles, all kind of are, in their most present form, but when that is compromised and goes to 100-to-1 cannabis terp ratio, like most of what is on the dispensary shelves, in retail markets, especially retail markets where people have to gamma irradiate and zap their terps just to be able to sell it. It's like that's herbal distillate. That's like there's no, there's no terps, there's no anything. It's might as well, I mean, so I think kind of ended. Sorry, a bunch of things I'm bringing up, but like I think ultimately, yeah, no, I totally just got lost in the sauce there. But overall, yeah, I think
effort for folks to close this hemp loophole. I mean, what's the?
I think that's the biggest thing we need to do, like that. Because I feel like the word industrial hemp is such a misused word, and I think until we get to the crux of that, then we're not going to be able to differentiate or define, kind of the hemp because right now you have like hundreds of liters
just call them CBD.
But sorry,
just call them CBD whores.
Yeah,
because that's all they are is CBD whores. It's no longer hemp industry.
Hemp oil
hustlers. I will say this about it. We had
converted
hemp
oils
in Canada.
making it into the market, cutting all the THC in the market, and like it's just destroying the whole thing. And go ahead, Marcus. Sorry.
Just going to say that about the hemp, industrial hemp thing. I mean, we got that going here. It must have been 94 or 95 in Canada. I think commercial laws changed in 98, which is when you saw like the companies come out and start selling the dehulled seed. So it was really always a grain play in Canada. We never did like CBD cultivars to try and, but then again, we never had the market that you guys had. I mean, I remember when CBD isolate started getting produced in Colorado and my buddy was selling it for like $60,000 a kilo. I think it's like $600 a kilo now, which speaks 300. Okay, so this speaks, oh, look, he's got the balloons. This speaks to what Mojave was saying earlier in regards to, having a regulatory body that sort of says like, hey, and Fletch as well was also speaking to this about saying, hey, listen, we control it. We tell people how much they can grow and the price that they can sell it at, and to kind of try and not implode the entire thing. Definitely saw that in the US CBD industry. And then I guess part of that implosion was also the saving grace for them to convert and to create these other cannabinoids that they can then sell at gas stations where people can get high of, which is what this whole conversation's been about. And I do appreciate it. It's been really good. I just wonder, you know, where it's going in a sense. I also would recognize the fact that we are the anomaly, like we are the small percentage. Like most people probably don't care if they're pre-rolled joints or have botanical terps and 20 different types of pesticides. They're smoking radioactive cigarettes and actively enjoying alcohol as their favorite personal drug of choice. Maybe they're on like a bunch of pharmaceuticals. Maybe they're on their 9th booster. I don't know. I'm not judging. We all have to make our choices. But it is just a strange thing to think. I always hear Debbie Goldsberry, you know, from years ago when we were going off about how it's got to be the best and we got to have the best terps and the this and the that. And she's like, guys, I love your passion, but I'm telling you, like in 30 years of doing this, people don't give a shit about anything other than price and THC percentage. No. So it leads me. Go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to say that's the role of the regulator to kind of ensure it's not poisoned. You know, it's like, sure, if somebody wants it, like there's the whole Juul generation of kids that are just puffing on those, like those flavor sticks, you know, that want some butterscotch distillate. Sure, that's cool. As long as it's not poisoned, you know, it's like when you look at like, you know, a lot of those botanically derived terps, they have like huge amounts of benzene in there, anything with a cherry flavor, like it's like, I don't know what it is, but
Alec, man, I can tell you, man, I would imagine almost all of those botanical terps that I've ever touched have serious problems with all their functions.
Well, and a big reason, because all the pesticides super concentrate not only in the extract but primarily in the essential oils. You know, so if it's from citrus,
you're all experts. Collin, everybody, you're all experts here. So, I mean, has anybody come across anybody who's been able to come even close to replicating what the plant can actually do?
No.
Well, here's another perspective. I would go as far as to say even the plant itself has problems with toxicology when we extract it by itself. And by design, there's certain constituents and certain levels that we shouldn't be ingesting, you know, and that's another problem, right? And in the hemp world, for some reason, that happens often. And it's not so often in type 1, but there's a lot of terpene extracted varietals that are meant for that are being sold at scale that do have tox problems with them. So I want to just call that out, that I've learned over my time that it is on both sides, and we all have to just be really open about that. The path forward is about recognizing, hey, maybe we shouldn't grow super haze and extract it for terps because it has this type of, you know, terpene in it that we can't have at 3% or more, and it's causing, you know, cell damage at this rate, and therefore from a tox perspective it's unfit for consumption, right? So I think
you know, you're exactly right on the toxicology. Certain things being at certain concentrations, it like all of a sudden becomes really gnarly. But I think, I mean, but if you grow cannabis, hemp, type 3 cannabis on clean land with clean water, clean inputs, it's clean. The terps are clean. Everything's clean, you know? And so I think, you know, again, it's like, I think cannabis has the potential to flip agriculture in the long run, you know, in this becoming like a bought into it, like reality and issue, and, you know, seen kind of as from the cultural side of things. I mean, because you can't just flip a 1,000-acre mega farm, you know, you can't just flip a greenhouse that's been kind of cut flowers for the last 10 years, because guess what? You're inheriting so many of the problems of the past. And so I think, you know, again, it's like, if there can be this buttoned up loophole between hemp, what's called hemp, and cannabis, I think it's the greatest thing that could ever come for anybody closest to the plant that's in integrity with the plant. And I think in the long run, those that are in integrity with the plant are going to succeed, you know, and those that are out of integrity with the plant might be making some like short-term gain and profit, but are going to have a long-term not successful path with the plant.
And I think whatever path it takes, it'll correct itself as well. I think that's important, is that this is all just transition. So like whether it goes back to just being state-based license systems and we have all these little islands, or whether it goes the Farm Bill path and they change the ruling on early harvest window, or whether they, all the things that they're going to do, we know it's going to go back and forth, but it will correct itself. And my hope is that in this, all this turmoil, we're forced to pick a path, which seems like what's happening right now, because there's been a sea change in terms of, congressional support. It's now every region has cannabis in it. Everyone wants the money. Everybody wants it to go forward. Everybody knows somebody who's in the business or uses it medicinally, or, it's like anyway, we're past that. So now it's just like, we're all just waiting, like, you guys tell us which path to take. And that's why I thought this grower who's doing the 3 different angles was a really interesting conversation. It was like, dude, and doing it well. And, like, hey, like, I don't know which way it's going to go, but I got my over here, and I got it over here and over here. And either way, I'm like, we've all pivoted many times. And medical was a pivot. We all know medical was a pivot. We did that, we wanted medical to happen, but really we're just all trying to legalize cannabis. Hemp laws in Canada were a pivot. Everything is a pivot. We're all just trying to legalize big C cannabis, genus cannabis. So to me, whichever way we get there, eventually it'll become some. Australia is a perfect example. Australia started out total medical, like regulated, federally regulated pharmaceutical thing. All cannabis cultivars had to be called like Aleve and Refresh. And now every California brand, all the cultivars, they want chronic, they want fire, they want it just the way everybody does. Even though they call it medical, but guess what? In Australia now, 4% of the population holds a medical card.
Right? I'd like to know what the bud is that Fletch held up just a few minutes ago, because that looked pretty fucking delicious.
That is it's basically oishi, which is Japanese for delicious.
No shit.
It's Skittles crossed with flavor pack. It's like a breeding line. I think Collin's probably seen that one when I was back in New York.
Yeah, dude, the stuff that you showed me and we smoked on together, like, man, I got to get some packs of that.
For sure.
Definitely got to run that stuff. That stuff's amazing. It just lingered perfectly, guys. It was like everyone had a slightly different profile, but ended up at the same place where it just lingered and just flavor coating.
So I have a question for you, Fletch. Why is it that you grow and breed such incredible quality cannabis? What are you doing differently? Is it your olfactory? Is it your ability to perceive volatile organic compounds? Is it something you're doing in the grow? Is it that you have access to incredible starter genetics? Because I've always known you've had great genetics, but it seems to be even like another level. Like, it's just like you're just so focused on the exceptional. Why?
Well, I don't know if you guys have seen how many joints I've already rolled and smoked. So I think that helps contribute to it. And then, man, my passion is just, I like hunting through populations and like giving all the different hybrids the opportunity to express whatever you're looking for. I mean, with breeding for me, it's like everybody always thinks, oh, I'm going to cross this with this and I'm going to get exactly what I imagined. And for me, I'm more just shotgun approach to see what hits. And I think it's just enjoying that and that being exciting, that just, it doesn't matter what you even start with necessarily. You're going to continue to improve what you have through that process, as long as you continue to reinvest in that process is really what it is. Cause it's just expensive to have bad runs or whatever it is, or where you pick the wrong parent this time and you need to go back and rework a line or whatever it is. And just enjoying that process. And then part of it was just always knowing, right when I started growing, at least, just having collected a really wide range of like the American clone only genetics and making sure that I knew what I had and why I had it. And at that time, I only focused on flavor, and smell, but really things that only transferred to flavor, or it had an exceptional smell that I wanted to make into a good flavor. And that's, continually been the process.
Yeah, but the other thing that I would add is that your shit produces full melt bubble, and that's also not something that always translates. There's tons of cultivars out there that are delicious and wonderful, and I love them as, you know, a vapor off of the flower, but when I try to turn them into hash, it's just the yields aren't there, or if the yields are there, it's just not translating the same way that what I perceived in the flower would be as a concentrate out of the flower. So I think that that's sort of an, you know, they're really full melt genetics, like full melt certified genetics. A lot of your genetics produce, when grown properly, obviously, just beautiful hash.
I even
I think a lot of that's just the selection process too, right? And using multiple or even having lines made from multiple different females and just making more selections. And then lots of people grow my seeds out and find great selections too. And it's awesome having, you know, high-end growers grow what we make and get them to perform really well.
I was going to comment on even the secondary line that you released that were just like stuff you didn't really test all that much. Like we got a Dosey times original diesel, and dude, we found some 4 heaters in there, and there was only 6 seeds in the pack, I think.
Yeah,
So,
well, I can only take so much credit. I mean, the original diesel was, you know, just making sure I have the original legitimate clone and held it for 20 years, and then crossing it with a good selection. I mean, and it, you know, wasn't even the Dosey 18 wasn't necessarily like my favorite Dosey dough plant for my flavor, this or that. It was just the most resinous, you know, highest hash yielding,
yeah,
you know, type from that original like 30 seeds I popped. It's not even like it was a big hunt or anything. It was just the continual process of just picking something better every time and moving forward that's the name of the game to me. It's not like everybody thinks that, oh, I'm just going to back cross. And it's like all you're doing is doubling up, tripling up on the original plant that you were trying to improve by going back to the plant that has all the problems. And so to me, it's about making the selections and then moving forward with those and trying to increase the reoccurrence of the traits that you do want.
No, that's rad. Cool.
I think Skunkman Sam just popped into the room.
Howdy, everybody. Yeah, I'm a day late and $1 short again.
But we're still here, dude. Like 3 hours later, we're still here.
I know. I was really surprised to see you still here.
And you came in right when Fletch was talking about like selection and breeding. So I thought that was very cool.
Well, you know me, I always like to grow out as many as I can. 100 is nothing to me. I've done grow out where I did pheno hunting from 20,000.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I've never had the privilege. I go through about 1,000 to 2,000 a year indoor. So
yeah, no, it was 20,000 skunk number ones, half male, half female. So I selected the 10 best boys and the 10 best girls.
Well, and those have spawned probably half of the best hash making varieties in the last 40 years.
Yeah, congratulations, Skunkman Sam, on the Emerald Cup recognition and award too. You're an absolute
yeah, dude, for real.
Hoping to be able to see you there.
Well, I'm so worthy, I guess.
Why don't you mention what his award was there, Alec?
I was trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it was lifetime achievement, kind of.
No, it was into the Breeders' Hall of Fame.
There we go. There we go.
That's what it was.
Yeah, thank you for your service to humanity and to the flavor of the ganja.
Well, I think the biggest thing that I did, to be honest, was I sold seeds incredibly cheap.
That's why that's why those genetics are everywhere.
That's absolutely true.
I mean, it's even if we don't know it's in something, it's a high probability that it potentially is in there somewhere.
Well, yeah. Between haze and skunk was the two that was used the most, but California orange and Durban poison were also used really a lot. And I had some early Thai that was used really a lot. I had a variety called skunk, which was Taihei's skunk, which was really, really popular.
Foundation of most of what's out there, right?
I use that to breed my lemon cake, literally. It's the backbone of it. I selected a lemon leaner and just hit that back to another skunk NL.
I tried really hard to get varieties that were extremely high in terpenes and really loud. You know, that's that's what I personally enjoy, and that's what I
think
also like dry sifting better than water hash because it's kept a little bit more of the terpenes, and some varieties are very sensitive to water. Other ones just ignore it.
Yeah, the terp water from the after
Yeah,
wash.
but you don't want terp water. What you want is you want terps in the resin.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question. This is the perfect group to ask in terms of why certain resin heads wash and some don't. Just because you brought it up too, and I think this is the perfect group to ask. Is this is how my assumption. I think we've all like made plenty of rosin, BHO, etc. Some of those resins, even if you put them in a freezer, they won't harden up, right? Like there's too much terpene sauce, whatever.
I think there's too much terpenes in them.
Right. And so if it won't freeze, if it won't freeze at, let's say, 32 degrees, or even a freezer that's 7 or -7 or whatever, then and the hash is basically just a representation of the trichome heads ratio of TH or cannabinoids to other compounds. Essentially, if it's too terpy, like you just said, Skunkman Sam, it won't freeze at 32, therefore you can't wash it. The heads will just burst in the water.
No, I don't think that they burst as much as some of them seem to be. The terps are water soluble from the heads.
Real slick.
Yeah, you can tell really easy. If the water is terpy, then, there were varieties that we did like Chitral water hash, and the water wouldn't smell very strong at all. And most of the flavors and the taste was the same whether you dry sifted or water hashed it. And yeah, so
Well, if the terpenes are water soluble, the terpenes were
well,
like
some of them are,
inside
yes.
the head, right? So then it
Yeah.
maybe it's not burst, but it's leaked its innards. Let's put it that way. And then now that it's ruptured, you can't catch the trichome head anymore because it's
That's also one of the reasons I like dry sift. And when I would make dry sift, I would cure it for 3 or 4 months. So it was more like a little raisin than a fresh head. Because the fresh heads smeared easy. They, when you're trying to dry sift it, you don't want it smearing. You want it, dry sifting.
And it's very strain dependent. There are varieties like, in fact, one of the best dry sift varieties I ever had, which this was the pictures, Marcus, that you remember Shroomy 420 posted those full melt photos on your forum back in the day. That came from me.
Yes.
Anyways, that was a skunk number 1 times white rhino, right?
Yeah.
Just
Well,
to point out,
skunk
your
number
work
1,
having,
yeah, skunk number 1 is one of my favorite for dry sifting.
That was the most incredible. I mean, I popped those seeds in 2004 probably. So, that was, I mean, it was skunk number 1 to me that I've always seen.
If you cured that weed, was it easier to dry sift?
It would literally start dry sifting like if I just dried, 10-day hang, let the room get to like 40% humidity, and it would just rain keef when you trim it.
Yeah, we used to always trim on top of silk screen.
Yeah, so that's what I always have done too. Yeah.
Yeah, we've done that.
I read all your guys' books. I took it all into practice.
Hey, there's Zamir Punjab did a thing, I think actually at CanMed, and it's a microscopy or whatever on cannabis heads on trichomes, and he shows some ripe heads and the secreting and actually coating the outer layer, and it's kind of far out because it's not burst at all. It's a fully intact head, but just it's slowly oozing out, and it's covering. And it's always one thing that I've always wondered is like what makes fresh cannabis sticky. It's like, how does that head so sticky when the chemistry hasn't happened until it ruptures? But the reality is it's happening on a ripe head on the inside and on the outside. And that has a lot to do with,
is it going through the wax shell, or is it coming out the
I think through the you'll have to, I don't want to say because I have such a poor memory, but check it out. It's really good image. And I actually sat in it. I didn't even see it when I sat in on the conference, but he's basically showing fully intact ripe heads that are slowly oozing out and coating the outside surface. Critical, but it's still ripe. And the other source that's really interesting right now is that photographer, Zoom Gardens, and he's peeling the cuticle layer off of the gland head, and it's far out because sometimes it stays intact as the layer comes off, and because all the gland is this hard structure, and so it's not as much of a water balloon as people assume that you just poke it and it oozes out. Sometimes it oozes out very slowly and gradually. Sometimes it's ruptured but still intact, so like that freezing and that dry sieving still works to get it through.
I think that's all just the terpene ratio that's left, like how much and the temperature that you're at. If it's like super terpy, it'll be gelatinous, and if it's like a really low terpene, terpene, I mean just all of those types of compounds. Particularly in my imagination, it'd be like alcohol type compounds, just like liquor doesn't freeze in your freezer, right? So THC, it's hard at like 60 or 70 degrees, and the more terps you add, the lower the freezing point gets.
I think it goes down to varietal and what's there. 100%. If you're saying like of what that 100% of what class of chemical constituents are there, let's say it's high in terpinolene or high in beta caryophyllene or whatever that might be. I think that spread, what you're talking about, Fletcher, I think it's sometimes inside of that wax cuticle, and sometimes it's some of the constituents are actually on the outside. So
but if it's on the outside and it washes, but the head still stays intact, we'll get hash from it, right? There's certain strains you just wash it and there's literally nothing in the bag.
That's terpinolene forward, right? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's something I wanted to real quick jump in on, and I really appreciate you bringing that up, Fletcher. Bigger respect to Archive as well. It's really awesome to kind of, and Skunkman Sam joining kind of this pretty legendary, but it's very fascinating because if you look at what washes, typically the things that wash best are caryophyllene, limonene. They're in that dessert zone. They have the highest yields and dumps, as opposed to trying to wash terpinolene doesn't wash. Trying to wash like osmine or like, I mean, all
the terpenes will have different freezing points, some lower and some higher, and then concentrations of those versus the cannabinoid types and those freezing points. And I mean, that's what makes sense to me in terms of the main factor that makes stuff wash or extractable, and it's also, of course, temperature dependent. Like I think you could get the things to wash if you could get the water colder, theoretically.
And besides the freezing point, it's also different terpenes have different solubility in water.
Yep, hydrophobic or hydrophilic. Yeah, and that's kind of something
exactly.
Yeah, and that because that's because in that topic, like.
But what happens to the THC with those ones that you wash?
Well, real quick. Just to because just wanted to make a point on what we've seen with testing, right? So certain terpinolene, you wash you BHO that. It's the most high dump, like awesome, like high terp, so I think there's the right type of extraction for right type of terp. Certain things that don't wash, like Sam's saying, dry sieve, wow, kind of things that you unable to do otherwise, unless you do something like butane extract, right? Which is great. If you get the residual out, it's super bomb, but what I want to hit on too is like what is within the plant, right? the biggest thing we've learned about potency and variance from top, middle to bottom has less to do with kind of bouncing around to lab, and has more to do with optimal canopy management processes and removing leaf at the right times critical through the development of flowers and the maturing of flowers. And people that like strip and remove such a vast, which is very contrary to a lot of the old school belief, but like removing 75% of found leaf right at the start of flower, keeping that off on day 21, keeping that off on day 56. Like what happens is every bud doesn't get any difference in light and all mature kind of at the same rate as was what a top bud tests. So whatever a top bud tests, if you have this like optimal canopy management process, removing all of the leaf at the right times and keeping it off, then all the buds kind of mature at that rate. And overall, not only do we see the standardization of cannabinoid content across a plant to what a top bud tests, plus or minus like a 5% relative difference. So if you had like a 25 up top, plus or minus like 1.5% or 1.7% or whatever that is. So you could have kind of this standardization for when a compliance test happens and a representative sampling, you're like right at the number of what a top bud test, right? But if you remove, like a lot of farmers remove way too much leaf, way too late in the flower, and those are all immature developed buds. And so you could have on the same plant, the 25 up here, but like 12 or so down here at the bottom. And now the average is like 18, right? And so I think part of it, because when we've done this trial repeatedly across cultivars and time with different farmers, we've not only been able to show, not only can you standardize what the canopy tests to what a top bud test and bring out the genetic full potential of the plant and cannabinoids and terps and other aromatics, but that you get a increased yield per plant, increased extraction efficiency of what you're able to pull off that material per plant. Because I think it's about optimization of how it's cultivated for if it's going to be extracted. And then further, it's about what is the appropriate extraction process for it to be put through so you can even turn it into hash.
So dude, you're touching on things that I think are a must have topic, because it's the most important thing. I think any of the individuals that are listening that are hash makers in the chat right now, if you're an actual hash maker, what Alec was touching on with your defoliation and your SOPs that go back to your cultivation techniques, if you've listened to any of the things that I've ever said in any of the talks I've done, it always starts with defoliation, and there's a reason why. It's everything that Alec just said. That is going to exponentially help your resin quality if you get in there early enough and have a really finite timing in which you do that and where you do that on the plant at what time. So I'll leave you to design that for yourselves, but that is the most that I've learned over my time doing this, from cultivation to oil. And there's a lot that goes into that. And it's not just about being a great extractor. It's about being a great steward of that plant from that seed to oil, and understanding all of the ways that you need to do the things you need to do in your SOPs and work instructions as a team, because it's not singular, especially when you're doing things at scale. It all has to work in harmony, and that's a very difficult task. So I think dude, you hit on all kinds of things that I really think about on a daily basis, because it's not just one part of the process that makes it great. It's all these things that amount to where you end up. And it's a journey.
I think totally. No, I appreciate that. Because I think testing has helped me in a huge way to realize so much of what the passion people have for the plant and for extraction have helped them to learn already, and I think they complement in an incredibly big way. And I think a big part of this too is, diversity, right? Because cannabis has become homogenized in the chase for THC strains, as well as in the chase for strains that wash, right? And we now see in this California State Fair, in the Emerald Cup, 60-80% of any given category or more in the solventless category are all the same profile. They're very slight variations of the same thing. And so the only thing that people really enter that are different or quote unquote exotic have some unique ester or terp or something in there, like the Tropicana sulfur terps to make like mimosa smell unique, which is why people are like, oh, it's exotic. It's not exotic. It's actually abundant. And Youngman Sam helped bring that to the world, But the thing is it's about like diverse cultivars covering the range of what's possible, and then finding and fine tuning both the pruning canopy management process as well as what is the ideal extraction process to make that most awesome representation of that cultivar through hash?
Question for you now. Do you think that's due to, and this is no shade on clone houses that are actually doing commercial cloning, not guys that are selling clones online. Do you think that's problematic within that system that we've developed, that you buy from a clone house, they just have a menu for that season, that's all you get, you're pigeonholed into buying whatever Kush cake or whatever Skittles they're growing, and you buy that at large or Blue Dream or whatever it is. What do you how do we, because it's let's be honest, at scale, owning moms and propagation is very expensive, and it's probably the most expensive aspect of doing all this to get yourself set up to grow it. So I wonder, I keep thinking about it, because pheno hunts are tough when you're dealing with dollars and cents and people that don't truly own their businesses, right? They're really just taking money from people, and they're working for a VC or a bunch of people that have funded it, and they're stuck. They've got to grow this that they know sells. And how do we break that mold too? Because that's something we talk about in our team, is like, we don't want to be stuck, like caught in that ever.
Well, Rob said at the Emerald Cup years ago, and I got quoted by LA Times, which was, seeds are life and clones are death. And he was talking about the bottlenecking of the genome, right? Of the gene pool. And I know of a particular nursery, which I won't mention, but in California, over 50% of their sales, over 50% last year, were Gelato 41.
Now, at least that one's got a little gas on it,
Yeah, I know, but 50% of the entire sales, and these guys are selling all over the States and everywhere, were one cutting. And that's the big bottleneck. And to me, that's a sign of the fast food era that we're in right now, where everyone's just like cheap and easy and what sells and what's colorful and what's
also a big part of that, I think, is actually what's funny is, I think, because what we've seen is this continuous homogenization of flavors in California to only be like 60 to 80% of what's back. It reminds me back in the day, like in LA, 48 to 50 strains on the shelf would be OG Kush variations, and there was like no difference, right? And that blew out. And then kind of now the rise of the desserts, but now it's the same thing, and what's a trip of what I'm seeing is so much. I believe that the bulk buying market is very disconnected with the consumer demand, right? Because the bulk buying market largely isn't trying to curtail to the unique consumer demand in any given state. They're like playing to the traditional market, and so you got 60 to 80% of herb in California desserts, and that's not slowing down, and even though terpinolene, right, strains like that sage, like that train wreck, they represent like less than 10% of what's on dispensary shelves. But BDS analytics and Leafly data have shown in various regions of a state, in various counties across the nation, when terpinolene varieties are around, they move like 5 to 8 times as quick as anything else on the shelf till they're gone, right? And so that's a different value, right? And I think like ultimately the idea of like, because I think every cultivator has to make those types of choices, right? Are you going to grow nothing but Skittles and gelato by Skittles gelato crosses, even though 80% of the market's that, because unless your herb is like twice as terped and preserved as everything else, you just blend in with the mass of everything else, but by diversifying your portfolio, having all these other cultivators, sure, you might grow Gelato 41, 50% or more of what you bulk grow. But as long as you have those like really epic isolated phenos that you love that cover like a range of smell and flavor, you can always grow those in smaller amounts, keep them going, and find the niche markets and areas where you're at to be able to really start building a grassroots demand for those. Because what we're seeing when people do that, it's like a leap of faith, because it's like you're making huge choices, but it's like, don't not grow it, just grow way less of it until you can start justifying that,
the other thing that can be done is people can cryogenically freeze and clones and keep them for forever.
I think what we're going to find, like in the future market, when everywhere has legal grows and there's just, it's available everywhere, is if you're not innovating your product with your products, you're going to be commoditized or pushed into that market, because you and everybody else that bought the same clones this year are all in the market together. It doesn't matter how new they are. You bring back something from 3 years ago, it won't matter. And the more commercialized growers are playing that game and buying from those places and not finding something unique to their business, the quicker it's going to continue to move in that direction.
Well, to be honest, what I made a lot of seeds in my life, but the seeds I made were, I tried to think of other people, but really they were the ones that I liked.
Well, you have a distinct palate, man.
And we each do. And that's what's so cool about this plant. You know, it's like it tickles our olfactory senses in a way that, I mean, some people can't eat cilantro because it's soapy, or don't like chocolate or cacao because of the bitterness, you know, and others love it, you know, and that's where, you know, I think it's really about, you know, what we've been working with the Emerald Cup and the State Fair on, and really progressive dispensaries in the state. It's like when you present herb to consumers, you know, it's like, do you have 80% of what's on your shelf is this one thing? Because you're not really providing a difference. And are all the terps gone, right? But it's like sorting, like kind of presenting it like when you go, because when you go into a wine store or an alcohol store, right? Like that every cashier isn't a sommelier, nor should they be expected to be. That's a lot to ask. But whenever the average consumer goes in, you got your Merlots and Merlots, Chardonnays, Chardonnays, Cabernets, Cabernets, Rosés, right? And so the average person can make a choice based on what they know their flavor preference is. And presenting it in such a way not only kind of helps to kind of really get deeper into like helping people find what best, you know, associates with their endocannabinoid system, but it also shows where you're lacking, you know, and helps to reestablish value. It's like, hey, dude, if I've got unlimited access to Gelato 41 and Kush Cake, but I don't have any plugs that have anything in the awesoming dominant, like tropical sleigh ride or pineapple Thai, pineapple anything, or kind of terpinolene, right? Or, you know, sweet tooth, like, you know, I mean, I think kind of the more, and so much of it happens at the retail, because I think the whole conversation around terps and preservation of terps is like almost preaching to the choir for those closest to the plant, you know, because THC doesn't matter, right? But once you get to like the average purchaser at a dispensary that's buying off spreadsheets and strain names with THC percentages often blown out, inflated, and not even real, it commoditizes it, right? It brings it to a point where it doesn't mean anything, and it blends biomass versus the most chronic herb in the world. You know,
I absolutely agree.
And on the consumer level, because the awareness, and I'm just wrapping the point, but the awareness is, and the epiphany around this terps matter. Aromatics are the most important thing, and if they're there or not, you know, that's not going to come from an epiphany at the average consumer level or the average buyer or dispensary that's buying off spreadsheets. It's going to come from the top thought leaders in the space, helping to disseminate that out, you know, and leading by example. You know,
when is somebody going to test if thiols can contribute and modulate THC the way terpenes do? Because thiols are the latest craze, but nobody knows that they potentiate or modulate cannabis. Everybody has guesses, but nobody's proven it.
Or indoles. That's the one I've been chasing. Indole, pretty exciting stuff.
You know, and Sam, actually, I brought this up earlier, but I'd love your kind of thoughts on it and your observations, especially since the orange that you had, as well as the skunk. You know, because when it comes to these trace thiols and sulfuric compounds like tropicana sulfur that makes that tangy, you know, orange citrus vibe, and then the thiols that make the gas vibe, right? Like the nose can pick them up at such levels that push the capabilities of even the most sophisticated analytical chemistry equipment. And whenever you go to concentrate it and they're there in the biggest amounts, you know, they can be, you know, at that point, you know, they're you know, we've been working on methods to develop, see what of them are even possibly to be tested for in flower versus kind of what can be shown up and concentrated in extracts. But that's also where the human nose takes it to a whole nother level. And I think the marriage between science and the human olfactory triple, you know, mass spectrometer I think is where kind of this all really is where it kind of evolves to help celebrate the nuances. Because in the Emerald Cup, we just launched a new category, and that's the citrus category. And because there are so many examples entered that people were entering as exotic, but there were as numerous as gas in the whole competition, and they spanned across terpene categories from the myrcene category to the caryophyllene limonene category to the terpinolene category.
Question,
When
guys.
we were breeding for terpenes, what we found was, and this blew Rob Clark and my minds, because we crossed haze with a hemp variety and grew out the F2s and made a selection. And we found one that smelled exactly like haze, but it had no THC.
And we know how much you do not like that.
That really fucks with your nose.
So, Alec, like with all that you just said, imagine owning that wine shop and selling like the most rare grapes in the world, and then having this little tiny section on the right that's just like Everclear and some other weird stuff. And your customers come in and they're like, what do you got? And you're like, well, I got all this amazing stuff and all these really amazing flavors. And then I've got this stuff over here that's 99 proof.
Yep.
They're like, well, I'll take that stuff over there.
I mean, that's how it's yeah, oh, sure.
You know,
it's not 99 proof, it's 200 proof.
200 proof or whatever the proof is, but it feels like that's kind of where things have landed in a weird way. Maybe I correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but it just seems like that analogy feels real right now. And we, as you said, Alec, like we can only all as a community talk about how that's problematic, and we do need to change it, because there is more to all of this than just a monomolecular substance. And you know, those that are on here disagree, okay, but I don't know, I just wanted to spark that conversation with everybody here. Is like, is that really the path? You know, because there is many paths to therapeutics here. Sometimes a monomolecular compound is right, sometimes not. But
well, also too, some people want the most punch they can get for their buck.
Sure.
And they think that it's THC, but for example, my best skunk clone was only 17% THC, but it was super rich in the right terpenes.
Yeah, like 3-to-1 canab terp ratio, 5% terps.
And people preferred it over stuff that was 22 and 25 THC.
For sure.
Yeah.
Right. But we haven't shown what potency is with cannabis at all. And that's a big issue, right? We like potent cannabis, we all like to get high, but we don't know what potency is. And even in the literature, they attach THC to potency, and like we all know that's not, no one was measuring THC in landrace populations when they're selecting for potency for 1,000 years. They're selecting for potency, one thing, right? But the market, you know, and they want to pay for that's what they want to do. They want to get the biggest bang for their buck. But we know that we can deliver a more potent variety that's at a lower THC. So that's just about us being bold. Like Alex said, brands have to be bold, breeders have to be bold. We have to put the product on the shelf for them to choose from. But at the same time, the market's been dumbed down so much that they just choose dessert flavors. So what I think we should do, Alec, is take all the hazes, the sages, the train wrecks, the jacks, the Durbans, and rename them all fruity, flowery names.
Purple candy gas.
Yeah. What we could try and do is educate the consumer.
Yeah, that's it. That's the answer. Best friend, you were going to say something, dude.
Candy haze.
Well, thank you. Just seems like it's kind of confusion on both ends when I hear that, where you have like a high-end bottle of wine and then you have like the low-end alcohol, so it's kind of confused on the shelf already, or in that at the store. But then confusion on the customer, on the clientele end too, where if they're coming into that store, you know, not sure where that begins or where that would correct. I'd almost go back to Sam or someone in Amsterdam right now, where checking in to see if there are any like really high end or organic, you know, organic, regenerative, even soil grown, you know, as the basis for high end cannabis or hash in Amsterdam? As you know, like, are there places where you could find any of that? Because I haven't heard.
You have to find it by word of mouth, but it can be done, but it's a minority of the product. I always grew my plants organically in the soil, in the ground, in a greenhouse.
Yeah.
I would have grown it outdoors in California, but you can't do it outdoors here. It just don't work well in Amsterdam.
I can't remember who said it earlier, but you were talking about with the market difference between or the demands of the traditional market versus what the actual recreational consumer is. And that drives a lot of what people grow in terms of just in that conversation of what strains people are choosing to grow and why the market is like candy heavy. And it's because most rec grows, big ones especially, are having a hard time moving all their stuff through rec shops.
Yep.
So they're still trying to manage, all right, we're going to plant 80% runts and then 20% a couple sativas and some shit. And if it sells well, and they don't even put any energy into it, and they're actually growing more than the market really demands of them for that product anyways. So
totally. And
the between those markets and then businesses trying to fill both at the same time.
Right. Well, and it's keeping us in the Stone Age, because in any state where this is the catering to the East Coast demand, which is usually like the 5-year ago trend in like California or another state, it's kind of leading to where that's all you can grow, because that's all that bulk buyers want to sell. But again, I think that's where just like the leap of faith exists, for people that are in the rec market to kind of, again, find the right ratios of what you're growing, but don't give up. And don't, if you can't beat them, join them, but not when it comes to growing nothing but that, because it's like, that's going to be the collapse and the commoditization of the market. Whereas,
but then they have to invest in breeding and finding their own shit.
Well, isolating, finding the phenos that cover the range. But the people, like I was mentioning earlier, like in Oregon and California, that are selling out quicker than is trimmed to the highest price the market can bear in the deepest floods, they've started to be able to kind of create markets for these rare, unique cultivars because of how much they invested in terp preservation infrastructure and treating cannabis like cabbage, and like ensuring that they can deliver to the point of sale at a retail shelf herb that is hundreds of percent more flavorful, aromatic, sticky than anything else on the shelf. Those that do that, like, there comes a point when a market, because it happens in every market, the same thing. There's this overproduction that leads to price compression, that leads to potency inflation and fraudulent lab practices that blows out the market. And then the consumers at some point lose faith in the entire system, and they're just bouncing from brand to brand with no loyalty, because everything has a 40% flower result and tastes like hay. And so what happens is, whenever that happens in a market and the consumer loses faith and there's no loyalty, those that double down on terp preservation, that have a diverse array of profiles, all of a sudden, through the dispensary market, when they're delivering like this, they're like the savior, and like all of a sudden they build these relations where they're selling out quicker than trimmed, the highest price, and a lot of them are getting cash on delivery because of how chronic their herb is and how high their consumer demand and loyalty for that brand is.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like, I know guys and that only grow 3 varietals, just won't change because they know it sells. It's already sold before it's down, cured, and it's 3 of the most popular varietals in the game, and they're just like, I can't deviate because I'm I can't risk it. It's too risky to risk the fact that I might have a bad batch when everything's just sold, right? So I think that's another problem, right? So I think there's also that too.
I think looking at markets like Oregon and Washington that are just super mature at this point, and there's not California, Oklahoma, all these other states have taken over the like bulk game. So there's grows here aren't really trying to cater to that for the most part. There's still some people, but it's less so than probably anywhere else. And I think you're right, Alec, that the companies that focus on preserving the product to the consumer, just like you would a gallon of milk, is the name of the game. And but it's really hard to do that because most of the retail stores have no idea what they're doing with their product and aren't willing to invest in the infrastructure to do it, which is why we've been vertically integrated for the last like 7 or 8 years in Oregon. It's because there was no other way to do it. You know, I'm from Washington and we couldn't vertically integrate here legally, so I didn't do it here. That's it. It was like, there's no point for me to, I'm going to end up in a commoditized market if I can't control the presentation and the supply and demand of my own product. And it's turned out well for us. But you have to gauge and size your market and your demand and your supply correctly. You can't just be like, oh, I'll do as much as I like, because you have to remember you're focusing on some satisfying your local consumer at the end of the day. It's not about all these other people everywhere else that are coming in to buy packs and all this other shit, which is where I'd say still 80% of the most legal markets are still at. And so, and then you look at Oregon and you can't really grow the like known clones for that long before that strain's commoditized. So most growers in Oregon are popping their own seeds, finding their own stuff, making their own hybrids, making little deals with other breeders to get some stuff in. And that's becoming more and more commonplace. And those are those same brands that are selling their product out. And but they're not 500 lights, they're 50 lights.
Exactly.
But for a guy with, you know, a 50 lighter in his backyard, like it used to be, but selling it all legally at 3,000 a pound is a great business. That I think, looking at markets like Oregon and Washington and even Canada kind of at this point, those big models aren't even working. Even with export available to these big operations in Canada, it's not working. It's
uncorporatizable
aspect. Not enough demand.
Yeah, and I feel like the plant is at certain fundamental level uncorporatizable in this way of scaling, commoditizing.
Yeah,
well, yeah, they bought
it runs into its own roadblocks with the consumer trying to do it.
You're not wrong. The big companies have definitely stopped trying to produce millions of feet of canopy. It's just not a reality for them right now. But there are some larger outdoor grows, like my friend Merlin, who was here with me earlier. He invited me to go see one in October that's 94 acres, which is big. That's a big grow. That's producing a fair amount of cannabis. I've been in a 77-acre one. I have a friend who has close to 200 acres here in BC. I'm sure there's much,
right? That's for
I don't know. Right? I don't know if they're,
I mean, I can't imagine there's Canadians are buying all that.
Yeah, but in the end, with export, even it gets pretty strict, and there's most of, like, if it's European, it's got to be EU GMP. If it's Australia, you can have some other regulations. Everyone's definitely trying to get their cannabis from Canada into those markets, because Canada doesn't have much of a market. It's a small.
That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah, it's a small market.
Can't they destroy and just get full value over insurance up there because of the structure?
No.
Right? They can't.
No,
I thought that they were allowed to.
Other crops get crop insurance, but I don't know about who's going to insure cannabis.
There's crop insurance. It's really expensive.
There is some crop insurance, but I think that like right away that was probably abused or used up. It's like when we signed up with lighting, there's so many insurance policies that we did for shipping, and they'd be like, after our very first claim, they'd cut us off. What's the point?
Well, what's crazy about crop insurance is it's like, because farmers in agriculture are required to create crop insurance, not for if their crop was fucked and lost because their practices, but in case they get sued and held liable because they're spraying and overspray affects another farm. You know, so on that end, with crop insurance in agriculture, that's on the that's on the rise, and premiums are on the rise because cannabis farmers and how valuable the crop is, whenever they get drifted on, there's hell to pay.
Well, the government will pay you to not grow in regular agriculture, at least sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's the truth, man. Yeah, I think the couple thing, Alex, you said, really resonated with, like, what is too much, and same with you, Fletch, like, what is too much? What is the canopy size that makes it make sense? So everybody
with population. You just do it with population, consumer base, X percentage smoke, this amount. And then you look at it and you go, this is the amount of square foot, not lights, not anything else. This is how many square feet we need. How many people do we think are going to try to be in this business? 5,000 people, break the square footage down to the people. That's where you start. Everybody starts there. If you can sell your shit out, you can get more licensing and keep growing your business. That's how I would do it.
I like that model. I mean, Massachusetts has a path like that for the 5,000 square foot micro business where you can resubmit if you need more. I think it's an awfully long process, though.
It also keeps corporate investment out because the first stage will be such a low bar that it won't have millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of returns. It's going to be a small business until you show that you're successful and you're not flooding the market with cheap bullshit that's tainted with pesticides and full of mold that doesn't test. It's just like or full of mycotoxins that have been remediated. I mean, all of that is just part of the commercialization of it instead of affecting some sort of production control, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all about what
another more method that's easier than that. I'm not saying it's the best method, but it's very simple.
Right. But to me, it's about what piece of pie is the regional model as we are in this transitional period. So everyone wants a slice of the pie, right? So we're creating all these different regional models and regional regulations for everyone to figure out who can participate on investment, how much canopy can this corporation own, all that. Those are all temporary adjustments based off of the current state of affairs. And that to me is the biggest challenge. That's where all the investors, like, I get more people asking me about, like, so what are you guys in the US going to do about the farm bill? Like, we're not ready to invest here because you haven't figured out farm bill hemp in the US. You know what I mean? It's like, well, like, it's nuts, right? So everyone knows it's headed towards an international commodity. Everybody knows that. The guys that are planting those acreage in Canada, they're doing it for a future emerging market that's going to need it, and hoping that it happens at the right time, that they can get it there. But it's anyway. So I think we all understand that it's just in a big transition, and we're all just going to have to roll with the punches, because I don't think anyone's going to come up with a solution.
One time I actually sat down and I figured out with mathematics how much cannabis is smoked in Canada and in America totally. And I figured out that whether you're smoking marijuana, whether you're smoking hashish, rosin, whatever, it can all be grown on 50 square miles in California.
Right. In the perfect climate, with all the infrastructure and all the culture and all the labor and all the great genetics and all the great minds, just like they do with 20 other crops, where we're like, look, man, we got this. We can handle it. Don't worry about it. It'll actually be better for everybody. And I do believe that. And I'm not a California exceptionalist, but I just believe that's the way we set up this state as an ag state.
Well, California, Salinas area is the salad bowl of America.
Right.
And there's a reason why.
Because of prohibition, though, we've proliferated this ideal of cannabis to be indoor grown, indoor looking, even for the like cheap weed now. It's people want shit that looks like indoor, especially for flower. At least the hash is a whole different story. And so now all these new markets around the world that may have historically just been where California could just grow it all and we just export it all and everybody thinks weeds like cigarettes. We've got 40 years of this culture of wanting the like indoor cannabis because of prohibition. So now all these states, and we're already seeing it in America. I mean, the evidence is there. Everyone wants to grow their own shit and sell it to the rest of the world. Well, that's like being a grower in California. Who are you going to sell your weed to? Another grower? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. But also at the same time, Fletch, I have to say that 30 years ago, outdoor weed looked very different than it does today. And with the right selection and breeding, I think we can select cultivars that grow and seed crops that grow so well in the ideal climate that it'll be close enough that whole, I need it to be indoor and I need it to be depth. It'll be such a quick shift where people go, wow, $50 an ounce.
It'll win because of price. Exactly. But here's a thing where the government should be smart enough to not incentivize that, because people only smoke so much cannabis. If you take it from $300 an ounce to $50 an ounce, what everybody pays, all you did is turn a $2 billion market into a $400 million market. And you got more people, you got everybody shot for a $2 billion market. And now everybody's trying to share $400 million market. It's happened in every single legal state that this has occurred in. What used to be a $2 billion market's now worth 500 million bucks. Who does that help? Especially the state who's trying to tax it, right? It's like that they're shooting themselves in the foot by doing so. And so are all the growers that push that mentality of the cultivation, because prohibition created this ballooned market, right? And people are happy with it as long as they're paying whatever they feel like they're getting their money's worth, whatever that means. And once you fully industrialize the production and bottom the value of the product, the incentive for anyone to do any of that, all of it's gone, and everybody's sharing thinner and thinner and thinner pieces of the pie. Every year someone grows an extra acre.
But that's
I
also
think there will always be new people creating new varieties for the love of it, because not everybody's chasing money. I never did.
Well, California is a whole different world nowadays.
But and that's the thing. California is going through its own collapse, like Oregon went through. That Oregon's kind of been coming out of, right? It happens in every state, and even the biggest people. I mean, there's been like some of these monoliths that lost 600 mil and like have left the state, right? Of California, Oregon, and Colorado, the three most competitive, mature markets in the nation. And
almost all of them are disappearing from competitive markets.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like
they're not competitive.
From my read, like when the prohibition of alcohol ended, there was this 80-year consolidation among a few families before craft was even established in the 80s, right? And the big prayer, right, is that doesn't happen with cannabis, because the prohibition of cannabis ending, you got Budweiser and craft running in the same sprint, the same field, in a market where I feel like the hyper focus on THC is the only way to distinguish quality, is such a mark of the adolescence and the immaturity of a market, because we don't even know and have the tools to establish what is quality, right? But what happens inevitably, those that build resilience and double down on terp preservation infrastructure because when the flood and overproduction sets in, herb isn't moving as quick as it used to. And so it sits around and it's really exposed to whatever infrastructure you have or don't have to care for the herb and terps in your possession. And if you don't have that and it goes bad, you're just racing to the bottom with the commoditized market, as opposed to like, the long game of preservation and how much
that's
not
California
going
though.
Right?
We haven't figured out how to. I mean, we know how to stabilize cannabis. We know how to make it if we actually injected it with nitrogen and argon gas to actually stabilize it because of these large productions. But the DCC has its head so far up its ass it can't even realize that you have to stabilize these quality genetics, because there's so much production that's sitting on the shelf for so long, they can't even get past that. So, I mean, they don't even understand quality, much less how to sustain quality. So, California is fucked. And I'm just saying this so other states can learn from our fuck up, so that you can learn how to do it right, because we're not.
Big time. Yeah, and I think the LA Times
overproduction, that's the issue.
One, I think that's what also was illustrated in this LA Times expose. The state has to be overly restrictive and testing and auditing of the laboratories that are the final check in the integrity of the supply chain. If there is a robust state program to ensure the quality of what the standards are put in place, that combined with people doubling down terp preservation infrastructure, I mean, there's overproduction is an inevitable. But the thing is clean quality bomb inputs are a resource. They're a scarce resource. And unless the folks that have them, then you don't even have access.
No one's incentivized to do that when overproduction is happening, though. That's the problem. No one's incentivized. You have to get rid of
production. Yeah, totally. But
Alec,
that's where vertical
the bottom drag down the top.
Totally, but that's where vertical, like you're doing in Oregon, is building resilience. And I know brands in California that are focused specifically on cultivation that have done this very thing and have, in the most flooded space, built their brand to sell out quick, and there's trimmed cash on delivery as a result of, they're not having cash flow issues like with the dispensaries not paying.
Can we agree they're few and far between?
Oh, few and far between, for sure, for sure. And that's 100%. And that's the thing. It's like because we're in live motion action, working through quality. Like it's the dirtiest and the cleanest in the state competing at the same price point. The cleanest or the most chronic and the most biomass in the state competing at the same price point. So it's like that. We're I think as a culture, like working to power through that and build resilience in time where it's not looking good. But the thing is there is hope, and those that really figure that side of it out build the resilience needed to make it through the deepest floods, and build that grassroots consumer loyalty around not only the quality of their product, because there's such a huge shock in consumer trust and confidence right now because of this like expose in the LA Times. So it's like you can't just like trust, like you got to trust but verify. And if you can find a brand and like that are not only built with integrity and kind of doubling down on the terps, and like it's the only thing you can find in a 5-mile radius that's got any flavor aroma, there's a point where that matters in the collapse of every market. And it's just about making it through, breaking even, like, just getting to that point. Because if you're doing that, you're crushing it, because once this opens up, there's no one in the world that will be able to compete with Oregon, kind of California type, but anyway.
If the state prevented the overproduction of all that, there's a ton of grows that wouldn't survive without backdooring the majority of their product. And
for sure,
if the state just regulated that, well, not even perfectly, but just even at all, right?
Yeah.
That would basically get rid of all the fluff.
Well, that's what's
all those people that we're talking about, right? That these grows that we want to see do well, that can't afford to grow and put hand manicure and time and everything into $1,500 pounds, where the market will actually reward them for that, and the retailers won't be able to bully them because of the overproduction availability of something quote unquote comparable that then the customer now pays the price for, because they're buying 3-month-old weed for half the price because it's there. And give me 1 second. Like in Colorado, when they started their legal, it was the 70-30 rule, where you had to grow 70% of the shit that you sold and you had to have your own store. Created a great market. Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm just showing how it does. We even have evidence to show where it does work even.
That's cool. That's a great data point, because what I'm thinking of is what Alex said about COD and terms and how that doesn't work and how that catches up with everyone. And that's really, there's a million reasons, analogies you could bring up in terms of food, why you would pay for your meal first, and you're not going to leave the restaurant without paying your bill, right? So why would you leave a dispo, and why would the dispo not pay you on delivery, right? And then furthermore, it's, the distros are forcing people into buying scenarios and buying schemes that are very familiar to the beverage markets, where you want one brand, well, you got to buy 1,000 other of this other brand that's not moving to liquidate this inventory for me to give you actually what you're here for. And I think those types of tactics force retailers to buy things they don't want, them to then in turn kind of slow roll things that they've bought that they do want. And then it overshadows it. And it's this weird dichotomy of like, well, take 1,000 of these for 200 of these. And you're just in this weird dichotomy of forcing yourself with the distro to buy certain things. So I think that's a deeper curtain that I'm pulling on all of it, but it is a problem that I've seen overall.
If you look at the cut flower industry, Holland used to dominate it. America used to dominate it. True. It's not that way anymore. It's all done in Colombia, Ecuador, along the tropics, because it's so much cheaper, the labor, and you can grow the same quality. And I honestly think that's the way cannabis will be. It'll be produced where it's cheaper to produce, and as high quality as the craft.
Yeah. Well, I'd say cannabis is very different than wine, but for California, it's a similar dynamic in that in like the 50s and 60s, it was a jug wine, crappy wine, cheap wine, get drunk. And there wasn't a lot of real high end. California didn't have a name for itself globally. And while California built a name for itself globally, and France and Italy and Spain took a hit, also Argentina took off, and Australia took off, and South Africa took off, and Chile took off. And now California competes with the global wine market, but we still crush it. And California wine still has a brand worldwide, and that's because it was done collectively with farmers, with regulation, with appellations, with UC Davis, with the state. And they decided collectively, we want to make California wine a thing. We want it to be a player in the global wine world, and we still are. But it took a real concerted effort to do it and a lot of luck.
And that's also geographic dominance and a lack of an indoor supply like we know, you can do with greenhouses and everything else. That's why, Canada can supply themselves. They don't need California weed.
You could also never pass a test if you grew a herb in Napa Valley. It's like an absolute poisoned, tainted region of the state.
Right. But my point is how much what could the impact of California would have sans prohibition in cannabis in terms of a global market, and what impact it will have in the future. So Canada might not have happened the way it did if they could buy California wine, just like they don't, so they were forced to grow indoors, just like we're all forced to grow indoors.
I just think that like Canada going the way that it has kind of proves that there's not even enough international demand really. Right. Because I mean, like to sustain even that level of what they were doing, it's like California can come online too and grow a bazillion pounds, but it's going to have the same effect. It's just going to bottom the price, and then people go out of business and shut down all the big farms. And then you end up with small, high end stuff that's servicing the local consumers. You got a few big guys that are crushing it on some weird export thing that they've figured out that's super lucrative. They'll be out there. Don't get me wrong, but they're going to be few, and that's why all the Canna Corps have all left California. I mean, to me, the craziest thing is this: like if I am like in the movie industry, I moved to Hollywood to go sell my movies, right? If I'm in the weed industry, like these Canna corporations, and I can't go to California and make money selling weed, how bad are you at what you do? I mean, you got to be horrible. I mean, like California is like the fifth biggest economy in the world. They spend money on weed like nobody's business there. The velocity of money in California dwarfs anywhere else. And you're telling me you can't make money selling weed there? I mean, you must suck at weed, because that'd be like me saying I went to Hollywood to sell movies and I couldn't sell a movie there. It's like, well, I'm probably not very good then.
A lot of those people, though, that what they do, their reason why they're successful is because they've found a way to, through the high cost barrier of entry into a lot of markets that are limited license, essentially build their own little monopoly, even though their product couldn't even make the cut in Oregon or California or Colorado.
Let's go, man.
But that just means their days are numbered, though, right?
Yeah, until there's no more limited licensing states, it really, because I see it all the time, man. I get text messages from like Kentucky, where this is gonna firing off right now. It's nuts, man. People are hungry for things that they don't really understand, and I think that is a problem in our industry, where other industry comes in and they've got better ideas and they're gonna go do this because they can get the investment into it, but then what happens when you spend all the investment and there's nothing left and there's no return? They go to another place to do it again, right? Until it's something either clicks or they just run out of money. But it just seems to me that that's never going to stop, just like the hemp markets are never going to stop unless there's real reform. But we, as you said, Fletcher, like there's a real opportunity sitting in front of everyone. And I get both sides of it. I always say we all need to go back to the basics and just grow really good herb again and stop worrying about the rest. And the flip side of that is that someone will say, well, I want it cheaper, right? Well, what happens when we stop saying that it's cheaper?
I've got
when we say it just
Yeah.
costs this much, you know?
I've got a funny metaphor I've thought of before. And you know how we were talking about subsidies earlier?
Yeah.
Prohibition was a multi-billion, multi-trillion over time dollar subsidy for cannabis growers. They created a lack of supply, which proliferated the culture, the industry, everything that we all love, right? Why would we want anything other than essentially the same thing after prohibition, where we're basically in one form or another enforcing keeping things small? That's what I mean. Look at the hydroponics industry. It's basically done, right? It's just you can't even find hydro shops on the West Coast anymore. You got to drive 50 miles in between stores. It's insane. So, you know, how's that good for the economy, and how does that even help the state after prohibition? Like they looked at weed and go, look how much it's worth. They sell in, you remember the old news articles, a pound's worth $8,000, right? And they tell you it's worth 50 pounds is $4 million. You know, it's like they were looking at it like we're going to get our 25%, and here they are. You just allow overproduction, and you know,
well,
now
you got warehouses full of super sacks full of hemp from last year, right? Just chuck full of 400 to 500 pounds per super sack, right? And that shit was all grown last year, and it ain't moving because the CBD market's been stagnated. So what are people doing? They're spraying that shit with THCA or THC rather, putting it into pre-rolls and selling it at gas stations and bodegas in New York City. You know, New York City is just such an interesting thing. We don't need to have time to go into it, right? Collin will tell you this, that every time they make some big announcement about trying to shut down the trap market in New York, because the trap market is there's like 10 shops on every block in Manhattan, right? And you could buy, you know, a nice, you know, sandwich and get a drink and then buy some weed at the same store, you know? So it's fucking crazy, man.
Some of the stuff
I think Alec
was from another state.
Alex said it earlier too. You know, what's happening now, because I think I had said this earlier. And hey, Fletch, it's good to see you again, man. It's been a while, man. But it's an order of magnitude cheaper to make THC from CBD isolate than it is to grow weed, extract it, and distill it and refine it into that same molecule of THC. You'll pay 10 times the amount to get to that same molecule of THC. So, I mean, this is just, yeah, it's a shit show. It's being commoditized. I don't know how any cannabis companies expect to make any money when the competition can sell an $8 vape pen 2 clicks after you said you're 21 on a website. They're asking you for your credit card information. You know, I mean, it's just, there's no way
Totally
that the
right.
regulated cannabis market.
You got to sell the chronic. You got to sell the chronic and service a specific consumer. And that's my opinion.
Yeah.
You got to make a brand promise, and they trust you, and that's why they do business with you.
I'm on board with you, but you know what? The majority of beer drinkers in this country drink Budweiser, Bud Light, Swill that they buy in cases at Walmart. So when you could buy weed
There's
at
a
Walmart,
plateau.
There's still others that don't.
booth weed with sprayed Delta 8 on it, and you could buy it at Walmart. Guess
And
what?
terps, dude.
All those Walmart consumers are going to buy it by the ton.
Right.
It's going to be the new Prevagen or new Cunol, right? You'll see
Jelly
commercials
donut
for it.
terps. Ugh,
I mean, it's crazy.
Hot dog water for everybody.
And Budweiser also has a lot of glyphosate in it, and glyphosate is one of the biggest desertifiers of the microbiome that leads to all like 80% of all long-term chronic illness, autoimmune conditions of all types, into all different types of cancer. And so, I think we're entering into this world of this time of radical transparency, because of how compromised the food system is, how compromised all these systems are and captured by corporate poisoning industries. It's like it's leading in this era for those that are trying to live a long, healthy life and not get Parkinson's or dementia or ALS or Alzheimer's in their late time. It's like you have to be radically aware of what you're putting in or on your body, and I think cannabis really helps us to kind of get into that zone. And the reality is like, yeah, there's gonna be Budweiser, it's, I mean, and the more we can do to kind of, identify tests, because taxes are destroying everything. I mean, there's so much destroying everything, the state not regulating labs, but I think ultimately the testing, it's again the biggest barrier of entry to keep out the poisonous people that are, their only game is to like monocrop and desiccate with glyphosate, like the whole reality. And so, but the thing is that's also poisoning ourselves. It's poisoning the planet. It's poisoning all life species. And I don't think that's the long run that's going to succeed. But those that are like radically transparent and able to kind of build long-term kind of loyalty around that, I think is how kind of a lot of those that are in most integrity of the planet are going to like find their path and succeed.
Don't you think that the majority of the people in America eat heavily processed, chemical grown food? I
For
mean,
sure, and they're also developing all these long-term chronic
of
illnesses.
course they are, but all I'm saying is they're still buying it.
Well, but
So
because they're also
Marcus, I know you want to jump.
ignorant.
I know you want to jump, but I want to make a point before you end this episode. This has been a great episode, guys. We talked about a lot of stuff. But Unilever, the multi-billion-dollar consumer product corporation, Unilever, they're the people who bring us Hellmann's mayonnaise, right? I don't know if you like mayonnaise on your BLT, but it's probably
Dude,
better.
they own like 150 food companies.
Yeah, well, they're just this huge mega consumer product. Well, they have a new advertising slogan or a new advertising kind of gist where they want to talk about sustainable farming practices because they use soybean oil in the manufacture of mayonnaise, right? So, and they talk about it. So they show customers walking into like a deli and then getting like a sandwich that's got nothing in the wrapper. So it's a pretty provocative kind of consumer campaign, but it's really it's not paying attention to, Marcus, what you guys figured out in Canada, which is that the driver for cannabis and hemp ultimately is not THC and it's not CBD and it's really not medicine. It's fucking food. Everybody eats food. Not everyone smokes weed, like Alex said, right? So there's a limited market when it comes to, how widespread can you produce cannabis. But ultimately, if you're trying to displace soybean on protein per acre, now you're up against the industrial agricultural food complex of Archer's Daniel Midland, Bunge, DuPont, Syngenta. All those chemical companies, all of them, without exception, bought seed companies so they could genetically engineer their seeds to be resistant to their fungicides and their insecticides and herbicides. So, yeah,
F all them.
I think the ultimate driver here, Alec, I don't know. I could be wrong on this. When it comes to protein per acre, I think with soybeans, you can get somewhere between 360 to 380 pounds of soluble protein per acre. With hemp, and Sam, tell me if these numbers are in line with what you know. Hemp with the high, like phenola, high oil variety strains, they think the estimates are somewhere like 1,000 pounds an acre. So if you're a farmer and you're looking to raise, I don't know, protein for your, livestock feed because you need to make more red meat hamburgers for Big Macs and leather shoes and shit like that. I mean, protein per acre, it's going to matter how productive that acre of land could be. And if you could make 1,000 pounds on that acre versus just 360 pounds an acre, it's a no-brainer. But now, again, you're up against the industrial agricultural complex of these huge multinational corporations that need to keep raising soybeans, right? And if you look at soybeans, soybeans keep going up, keep going up, keep going up. But what the other thing that keeps going up is the amount of chemicals that are applied to the land where the soybeans are grown. We know hemp doesn't need the chemical applications. So the chemical companies that own the seed companies have a vested interest to keep soybeans being grown, right? Because they're selling tons of chemicals, right? Guess what? When hemp takes over, they don't need to sell those chemicals anymore. So, yeah, I mean, I think food is going to be the ultimate driver. I really do.
I don't think you're wrong for sure. And cannabis protein is like it's like the cannabis of food. It is so complex and so perfect and so incredible. It's been compared to breast milk, you know, in regards to the
Right.
essential amino acids, all of the ones that adults need,
High
the
in the
three that
omegas, right?
babies need, the ratios of 3 to 1, GLNA to GLA, all of that plays a factor as well. Listen, this has been fucking an incredible conversation. I think I spoke twice because I was really just enjoying listening. And I have felt bad for people in the past who haven't spoken much. And now I can appreciate their perspective. When you're not speaking much, you're listening, you're getting more out of it than you probably get out of it when you share. I want to thank Kevin Mckernan for coming on and sharing his data. Thank you, Collin, for inviting him and getting him on here. Thank you for coming on. Thanks, Alec Dixon, dude. You crushed it today. Like, dude, I always want to have you on here. Your perspective is so valid. It's so conscious and so loving and empathetic and true to the nature of what we all sort of believe. Grandmaster LED, thanks for sharing it on your channel and letting everyone know about Hash Church. We've had 300 people watching live for like 4 hours right now. Always a pleasure to see you and have you in the room. Wade, laughter, bringing laughter just with your presence. Really appreciate you, brother. Of course, Mojave RiChmond, I really appreciated what you said today, man. It was great to have your perspective bouncing off with Fletch. A super honor to have you come out, dude. I know you're not always available and you're busy. I loved what you wrote in the chat room there. If you want to send out an email that to everyone to remind them that maybe missed what you said in private, they can reach out to you through the Hash Church email. I hope you're going to come back again and share more greatness with us. Skunkman Sam, I'm so glad you made it, dude. I was worried the whole time for a couple hours. I was like, he's going to miss it. As the conversation got better and better, I felt like maybe he is going to come in, and at hour 3, you came in and blessed us with an hour, so we really appreciate that. Etienne Fontana, my brother, I'm so glad you made it. One of the OG Hash Church panelists. Hasn't been able to make it out for the last couple because he's been traveling, I believe, to Greenland and now Newfoundland and probably eventually back to California. So really nice to hear from your perspective and hear your passion today. And Bryan, dude, I'm glad you came in and shared your vibes with us. I want to continue this conversation next week. So you're all invited back and let's crush this out. I think I'm seeing for the first time how important this dialogue is for our industry. And it's great that we're all doing our individual things on our own. But when we get together, the synergistic gain that we produce with bouncing off each other, not always agreeing with each other, sharing different perspectives. I loved the different perspectives from Mojave and Fletch today, both so valid, no one getting upset with one another, but both just showing these different perspectives. And I think, you know, the conversation that is happening in Hash Church is an important one, and it helped steer the industry in the past, and I hope that we can help steer at least the community in the future. So thank you all so much for coming. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Let's all see each other next Sunday, shall we?
Thank you. Love you
Peace
guys.
out.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, thanks to everyone watching. Thanks to everyone
See you next
watching.
week.
It's important. We really appreciate you guys. Peace out, everybody.
Woohoo! Big up, everybody.